Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Woke Up as Gojo Satoru? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Satoru wakes up in a bathtub, water stains red with blood. Did he get here? After sacrificing his life to seal Sukuna for good, this is where he least expected to end up. Satoru initially thought he'd go to hell, or if God's in a good mood, heaven. Yet as he desperately tries to gasp for air in an empty bleak bathroom, with nothing but the splashing sound of water to keep him company, it was clear that something is wrong, very wrong. He begins to panic as darkness begins to invade his vision, dark splotches getting bigger and bigger. Is he seriously about to pass out? Why can't he breathe? Did he choke on a soap bar and somehow stumbled into the bath? No, as funny as that would be, it doesn't explain the bloodied state he's in. While activating his reverse curse technique to fix whatever is causing him to bleed, Satoru stumbles out of the bath, but trips on what might be a black uniform coat. As he was about to curse the life of the diamond coat, Satoru was met with unbearable pain on his neck and a series of violent coughs. Painful as that may be, his vision started to return and he can now breathe. After taking the time to stabilize his breathing, he touched his neck to see what was wrong. It was not surprising when a crimson-stained hand came into his view. From the look of it, it seems that his throat has been slit, a gash deep enough to be able to F up his breathing and cause him to bleed uncontrollably. If he hadn't acted quick, he could have been dead a second time. After regaining his composure, millions of unanswered questions came rushing into his brain. Who could have done this to him, out of all people? He imagines that it would be quite hard to penetrate his infinity, let alone making this deep of a wound. Why is he here, having a near-death experience in a bathtub? As far as he knows, he had given his life to get rid of Sukuna. If he's here, alive and well, then does that Maya. Everything comes to a halt when his eye lands on an object. A bloodied box cutter, beads of blood and water still fresh on the blade, staining the note below. Lying on the floor, staring back at him. It becomes all clear to Satoru now, so diamond clear. What he assumes to have been an assassination might turn out to be a suicide attempt, but he should read the folded note first. I offer my sincerest apologies to those who would soon discover this rotting body. I cannot bear to live in this world any longer. Each and every day has been a living hell for me. If I exist to solely suffer, then it would be better if I just died. I'm sorry again, to those who have to clean this up. I hope it is not too much to ask for a nice but simple burial. Gojo Satoru. Well, this is rather unexpected. Is this a staged suicide? So he was right about this being an assassination. What's with the lame note though? He would never go out this shamefully. Whoever wrote this did him dirty big time. But finding out whether this is a murder attempt or not is not his utmost priority. In his final battle, he had worked alongside everyone to seal away Sukuna by sacrificing his body to create the perfect seal. Him being here means no good. With a swift hand motion, Satoru teleports to the battle location. However, what greeted him is not what he had initially expected. Instead of a deserted city, void of life and full of craters, he was met with a bustling scenery full of life. Something seems off about its cursed energy, but he puts it aside for later. It was as if nothing had happened. Was the intense battle that costed many lives a figment of his imagination? No, it all felt too real to be fake. His head has always been clear, so conjuring up a hallucination seems too unlikely. Then, is this some sort of hyper-realistic dream? A pinch of the cheek and pain from earlier proves otherwise. As a last resort, he teleports to Jujutsu High's location. He might see his students, maybe he can ask them what happened. Jujutsu High wasn't there. Jujutsu High wasn't there. What should have been the school that he cherishes is now an empty land with overgrown grass. How does this make sense? What happened? The school should be here. He never got it wrong. Heck, even the big but Gojo clan is gone and replaced with some skyscrapers. Satoru starts panicking. He rapidly teleports to all places he could possibly remember. But all of them are so goddamned unfamiliar. He can feel none of his friend's presence even when he strains his 6 eyes. It picks up on nothing but this weird curse energy that he has been ignoring. He keeps on searching. Ignoring all of the bystanders' gaze, he keeps searching for the faintest clue of what is happening. He feels helpless and lost. Where are all of his friends, his students? How can they all just vanish like that? What had ensued after the seal? Where is he right now? Is he even home? All attempts to search for anyone at all came to a dead end. Gojo finds himself in that bleak bathroom once again. If he can't find clues in the most familiar places, then this bathroom where he started out in should be the next best thing. Walking towards the door, he caught a sight of himself in the mirror. His hair and clothes disheveled, blood dyed his clothes pink and deep red near his neck. The coat he tripped on earlier was a uniform of a school he doesn't recognize. However, the most noticeable thing right now was a nasty scar on his neck, stretching horizontally. Shoko could have healed this without leaving a scar. A thought passed his mind. Not that she's here anyways. No one's here. The house was small, but contains most of what any human being would need to live. Satoru starts looking around. He starts in the kitchen but soon left, as the sight of cup noodles in and out of the trash can aren't very clue-offering. What kind of life did the owner live? At least learn to cook. Next, he searches the bedroom. Dirty laundry, suspiciously ink-stained shirts, probably spares of the uniform. Man, what a messy life you're living. Finally, he looks in the living room. It is tidy, with a couch and table. On it appears to be a school bag. Finally, some clues. Gojo sat on the couch and starts unceremoniously pouring out the contents of the bag, a dirty bag at that, with multiple fresh footprints on it. How bad is this guy at taking care of his belongings? The majority of the items are insignificant, some pens, erasers, and wet notebooks. They pique his interest, but after one last shake of the bag, a wallet fell out. Bingo! A wallet is where one keeps their pictures with loved ones and so on, some money, and of course, his identity card. With the uniforms in mind, Satoru expects the card to belong normal schoolboy, but what he saw shakes him to his core. Blue eyes and snow-white hair, all of which he was too familiar with, is staring back at him. This makes no sense at all. It's undoubtedly a picture of him when he was 15, but why? He got rid of the old one as soon as he got a new ID, and so why would anyone have this card? This is actually his own identity card. Satoru runs to the bathroom to take a look at himself once more. To his surprise, he's much, much younger in appearance and is noticeably shorter. If anyone takes a look at him, they'd write him off as a normal 15-year-old boy with snow-white hair and vibrant blue eyes. It'd be very weird to think otherwise. Yet, something's still off. Being teleported into a new place doesn't mean that it would make you younger, or at the very least, no one he knows could do such a thing. So, what the heck happened? Shoko. SVO dash. Show dash. What? Looking up from her book, Shoko exhales lightly. A sign of defeat. What are you reading? Interested in this? She waves her novel around. Satoru tilts his head, somewhat. It's a transmigration novel, which has been quite popular recently. Saw one in a bookstore yesterday and decided to get myself one. It's quite decent so far, but I don't understand the hype for it. Shoko shrugs. What are those about? He inquires. Aside from the transmigration part, of course. Whoa, it's rare seeing you interested in books. Wow. But, she says, staring at the cover of the book. I guess it can be summed up like this. The main character dies due to an unfortunate accident in their original world, and their soul fushed into another body which belongs to an alternative world. The main character then does whatever they can to survive in an unknown world, Shoko continues. Simple enough? Yeah, but it's strange. Satoru says. What? I actually understood something you explained. Oh, go to hell. Shoko tries to smack him on the arm, but fails. He giggles at her attempt to penetrate his infinity barrier. That's it? He's in another 15-year-old Satoru body, in another alternative universe. He thought such things didn't exist, but there's no other explanation for him being here. This young Satoru seems to have had a rough life and took matters into his own hands, ending it all in a bathtub. That is where Satoru guesses he comes in. His soul might have been sent here after the original soul left, possessing the soulless body. I hope that Ming went to a better place then. So, he definitely died in his home world. Knowing that he's dead brings back an awful amount of relief. It means that his students can now live normally and catch up to the life they missed out fighting curses, and then maybe they will, maybe they won't, become a teacher like him to raise another generation. But he won't be there to witness their growth ever again. That may be his only regret. Satoru had so much more to teach them and it pains him. White chrysanthemums would be nice, he thought. That empty casket needs some decoration. Eventually, they'd move on. Just like he too would have to move on. He'll miss everyone dearly for sure, but knowing that they are happy lessens the pain. When everything is resolved, he hopes to be given a "I'm sorry again" to those who have to clean this up. I hope it is not too much to ask for a nice but simple burial. I should give me a funeral. Satoru mumbles. Satoru finds himself in the bedroom searching for some clean, ink-free, non-bloody clothes and ends up with a black tee and beige shorts. Comfortable, he starts making his way to the garden of the house that now belongs to him. He digs up a hole in the dirt and places his bloody uniform in, along with that demed outer coat, and shovels up the dirt. Sitting in front of the dirt mound, Satoru clasps his hands together. Have a nice afterlife, Gojo Satoru of this world. That was all he could manage. I mean, this burial is probably nice and simple enough, right? It was what the guy wanted after all. He hopes no neighbor sees this. There better not be any police knocking on his door to investigate a strange silver-haired man burying bloody clothing in his front yard. Gosh, that would make him look like a serial killer trying to get rid of evidence. He is just trying to give the other Satoru a burial. It looks like he has to give a house a cleaning too, especially that bathroom. Now, with all of the burial and cleaning out of the way, shall I get to know myself better? In order to live normally in this world, he must first learn about this world's Satoru. To be a replacement, if you will. Firstly, this guy lives in a rather modest home, too modest for what he's used to, but Satoru can adapt. Yeah, he's versatile like that. Secondly, the deceased Satoru is a lonely person. In his note, he did not address anything towards his loved ones, not even a simple "Tay, I'm sorry for this, please know that I love you a lot." He'd led such a lonely life, with no friends to bid farewell to. But what about his parents? Satoru's curiosity lasts for a short moment before the answer shows up on its own. Lastly, the original So, now him, is an orphan. There are pictures of two adults, presumably his parents, resting on a small wooden table with the incense sticks still burning. They look rather young. One could tell that an accident took them away. Satoru can only imagine how this has taken a huge toll on the other's mental health, but is that really all that led to his eventual suicide? There must have been more that pushed him to the brink. Seeing what a sad life this guy led, Satoru scraps the idea of being his replacement. Since the start, this strange curse energy has been bugging him out like crazy. It is the one thing that is in the back of his mind ever since he took his first breath in this world, overwhelming him greatly even with reverse curse technique. It feels nothing like the cursed energy of jujitsu sorcerers, and he can sense too much around him. Satoru teleports into an alleyway and walks out into the busy streets, and boy did it hit him. Unlike his home world, where only jujitsu sorcerers have cursed energy, every single normal civilian here has cursed energy. Though it's weak, they sure are starting to wear him down. Satoru takes out his wallet and opens it, hoping to buy himself some decent sunglasses, perhaps a blindfold. On second thoughts, that'd attract a lot of attention. He is trying to be discreet here. Instead of some cash, what greets him is one coin, and some dust. Holy shit, is that a dead fly? The predicament he finds himself in makes Satoru laugh in disbelief. It seems like he checked everything but his own financial situation. Where is this dude's money? Why is this guy this poor? What, does he have a secret stash? Satoru used to have enough money to bribe Mei, one of the most money-hungry people anyone has the displeasure to meet, but now he can't even afford a goddamn lollipop. No more of this, Satoru says in utter defeat. I should get a part-time job, he mumbles weakly, then teleports back to his new home. The thought of going from the strongest, most wealthiest sorcerer to a barista in some random coffee shop is definitely weird. Then again, he is someone who can adapt. Plus, it sounds like a pleasant experience. Upon some more digging in this small house, he finds out that the deceased Satoru went to Aldra Junior High. Which means that he must repeat the horrific teenager experience, school. He looks at the calendar and frowns. Tomorrow is a dreadful Monday. Frankly, Satoru has no interest in going at all. For Christ's sake, however, Satoru also couldn't afford to miss out on OG Satoru's information. If he was going to live in this guy's body from now on, Satoru thought he should at least find out why he took his own life and take revenge for the poor kid, if there's any need for it at all. I guess I have no other choices. Satoru lets out a sigh and proceeds to get ready for bed. At night and alone, where only moonlight is keeping him company, Satoru thinks about the things he'd like to do in this world. He was a prodigy in a big clan, he was the strongest, the bearer of 6 eyes and limitless, he was a teacher, but all of it became meaningless the moment he took his first breath here. Satoru is now a normal human being, he is just Gojo Satoru. No one left to expect him to be anything, no more responsibilities, no more shackles to bind him. He wonders, in a world where something used to matter is now utterly meaningless, can he see this as freedom and act as he likes from now on? Resting feels like a reward, a well-deserved prize. Satoru thinks about getting a part-time job to fund his glass, and he slowly drifts to sleep, leaving today's problems for the future him. Satoru is awoken by the sounds of birds chirping and the warmth from the sunlight dances gently on his skin. This is the most sound he had ever slept. Today, Satoru officially repeats what all students are afraid of, waking up every day at 7 a.m. What time is it? He rubs his eye a few times to get rid of the blurriness in his vision, hands scrabbling around to find the digital clock on the nightstand and pulls it closer to his face. 8:34 a.m. He blinks. Satoru squints at the timetable on his desk. His classes start at 8:45, there's no way he woke up this late. Are his eyes playing tricks on him? Satoru rubs his eyes and looks at the clock once more. 8:35 a.m. Ah shit. Immediately, Satoru rips away the covers and stumbles out of bed, almost knocking down everything on the nightstand. He hastily shoves some notebooks and random textbooks in the bag. He dashes towards the closet and clumsily looks for his uniform. Pushing away whatever casual clothes there are, he digs out a white tunic, black trousers, and of course, the black outer coat with golden buttons. Considering his financial situation and the fact that he'd buried the bloody uniform yesterday, Satoru is pretty lucky to have a spare at all. After fixing his hair before giving up because of some stubborn strands, he slips on old loafers, locks the door and dashes out into the streets. After a solid minute of running, he stops dead in his tracks. His brain has been autopiloting in courtesy of his chaotic school days, so it slips his mind to check where he should even be going. The direction he's running may not lead towards the school at all. Satoru can't even teleport because he doesn't know where the school is. In hindsight, Satoru should have checked the school's location. Like, at least put it in GGLE maps or something. Satoru thinks of one way to get there. He pivots on his heel and dashes towards an old woman walking her dog. Socializing. Quiet down. The teacher raises his voice. Upon hearing that, their conversations start to die out, however, there are still some whispers and occasional giggles. Used to this situation, the teacher sighs and turns around, writing the topic on the blackboard. Alright, we have a lot to cover in today's physics lessons. Please open, slam. Caught off guard by the abrupt sound, some students turn their head towards the source. Lo and behold, at the doorway stands Gojo Satoru, renowned for always being the earliest to class, a whole 13 minutes and 56 seconds late. The guy is at the doorway, chest heaving up and down, trying to catch his breath like he just run a marathon for 2 days. Gojo? The teacher directs a concerned look towards him. I am big inhale. So, long exhale. Sorry for Okay, that's enough. The teacher stops him. Gojo looks like he's one breath away from collapsing, so the teacher doesn't berate him. Get back to your seat. I'll let you off this time because you're always early. Manage your time better so this doesn't happen again, Gojo. They watch him trudge towards his seat, sit down and slump heavily on the table. In Satoru's defense, he didn't mean to show up looking like a half-dead track runner, but running around getting directions is exhausting, especially for this body. He asked an old lady in the convenience store for directions to, a school, but she stopped halfway during her answer and asked him what they were talking about. He asked a salaryman, but got ignored because the man had other business to tend to, etc. In his home world, Satoru could run like the wind because he had a great physique. After one run in this body, however, Satoru has the displeasure of realizing that he is physically weak, frail, and worst of all, feeble. Where are his abs? His biceps? Satoru could use reverse cursed technique to repair his soon-to-be sore muscles, but he still has to manually breathe in the required amount of air. Quite the hassle, but he'll manage. He should start working out. He wonders if the Satoru of this world enjoys studying. According to the teacher, he's always the earliest. Satoru mentally apologizes for leaving a stain on the spotless record. He'll make it up to the guy. As guilty as he feels, Satoru still needs to study. As he is placing his textbook on the table, a few whispers from the back reach his ear. How has he already healed? There's no sign of injury to him. Did you hold back? No? Why would I? Odd, maybe we didn't beat him up enough? Well, that's certainly a discovery. Those kids don't like him, evidently. When he arrived earlier, though exhausted from the run, Satoru still noticed their hostile glares. He thinks about what they said. The delinquent-like kid mentioned some injuries. If there's any, it probably got healed alongside his throat. He didn't do anything to them, so it makes sense to assume that they have some sort of problems with the original owner. Unfortunately, the deceased Gojo is far too weak to be laying hands on those very belligerent teens. He's so used to being the one doing the bullying, it's a bit funny to think about this world's Satoru getting shoved in lockers. So that's how it is. It all makes sense now, the footprints on the bag, the wet notebooks, broken pencils. But he'll have to leave this problem for later, as he has got an image to keep up. To say Satoru was all right at learning is a humongous understatement. Satoru is exceptional at anything he puts his mind to, and that includes studying. He has been raising his hand nonstop, getting so many questions right in a row that he's sure he must be getting some kind of bonus points for the combo. Be it brilliant questions that focus on the core of the lesson, or something that not even the teacher has thought of, prompting him to search the textbook for an answer. He's got you covered. Upon earning admiration looks mixed in with surprise from his fellow classmates, one question lingers in his mind. Is he usually the quiet one? The class is amazed at him, like they've never seen him raise his hand. Is that the case? Satoru thought that the kid loved studying, but after learning the fact that he is being bullied, the knowledge that he is always the earliest in class due to his love for school seems wrong. Isn't he raising his hand much more than usual? By usual, do you mean none at all? You know what I mean. But anyways, I never knew he was that good at studying. Especially those questions, I never even considered that perspective. You're right, he's always been so quiet that it's hard to notice him at all, but now that I think of it, doesn't he have quite the looks? Ring. Their whispers are cut short by the recess bell. He would have loved to hear more about himself, but within a second the girls are gone, presumably to the cafeteria. As Satoru is about to get up from his seat, 3 kids, who he recognizes from earlier, are staring daggers at him and surround his table. What now? Satoru can feel a headache coming. Quite the smart but today aren't you, Gojo? The slim but tall kid with spiky red hair spits out. The other 2 by his side seem to find it funny. Satoru is amused by his hair. He must have spent a lot of time in front of the mirror trying to get those to stand so straight. What hairspray did this kid use? And man, those spiky ends look sharp enough to slam. Satoru's train of thought is cut short by a hand violently slamming on the table. Are you listening? The spiky head says, now appearing quite irritated. Not really, he deadpants. Got distracted by your hair. By the way, what hairspray did you use? Those ends look sharp. Any chance I could touch I dash? He can almost hear a thread snapping. Spiky Head's hand reaches out and grabs his collar, violently pulling Satoru towards him. He decides to drop his infinity. This is a good chance to learn about himself after all. Are you out of your goddamn mind? He scoffs. Don't you dare think for a second that getting 1 or 2 questions correct gives you the right to act all friendly with us. He lets go of Satoru's collar. I hope you learned your lesson, weirdo. Now go get us some juice. Mango for me this time, don't F it up, the chubby kid on Satoru's right chimes in. Contrary to their expectations, instead of getting up and scurrying to the vending machine like usual, Satoru just sits there and stares at them. It sends chills down their spine. What an unnerving look, those eyes. This is their first time witnessing such a thing, but as far as their ego goes, this isn't enough to deter them from discontinuing the behavior. Who are you to order me around? He asks calmly, yet the stare of his vibrant blue eyes only gets more intense. If you want some juice, go get it yourself. Isn't the vending machine just a floor down? You dash. Go get it yourself. Go on, chop chop, you're not getting any younger. He expects the kid to get extremely mad, be all red like a tomato and spit out angry threats and curses, but pff. Spiky head laughs. The other 2 around him follow suit. Look at this little sheet, he's learned to talk back now. Aw, mommy and daddy must be so proud. His expression abruptly turned grim. If only they were alive. One hand reaches out to pull Satoru's hair. Was taking all that money from you not enough of a lesson? Satoru could only admire the situation he's in. It's just like the movies. Specifically, those American ones where you can clearly tell that the writers have never been shoved in a locker before, or have their lunch money stolen. Huh. Wait, what? You took my money? Satoru can't help but exclaim. He said, they were the ones that took his demon money. He could have bought sunglasses and candy with that, lots of candy. He was cursing out dead Satoru every time he looked at his wallet. His sins against the guy are weighing down even more thanks to these insolent BSS. Yeah, we fing did. Did you get high on the weekend and forget? He finally lets go of Satoru's hair. It's probably all tangled and messy now. I took time to fix my hair this morning too. Cheeky of us. You looked hilarious doing whatever we told you, buying cigarettes and even liking our shoes clean for us. But don't get me wrong, Gojo, we were just preparing you for the life you'll live. So stop being ungrateful because, in the end, you're just a quirkless motherfucker. In the end, you're just a quirkless motherfucker. The kids leave for lunch after that. Gojo is alone with his thoughts. The F is a quirk? A quirk? Him being quirkless? Can people be called quirky if they have one? This all too new for Gojo, but he could sum up the little information to 2 points. First, a quirk seems like something everyone, even ordinary ones, has. That must be the explanation for all of the people with cursed energy he saw yesterday. Is it some kind of innate power or obtained through hereditary? Maybe he could find out more about this. The school's library might hold some answers. Secondly, depending on what he had just gone through, people who are quirkless is treated like a social outcast. If his theory on quirks being innate is correct, these people are being mistreated just because they are something they cannot control. Talking about powers, he should really test out his abilities. Who knows how much he can pull off after this universe jump. So that was what deceased Gojo had gone through. Dead parents, constant harassment and bullying, the odds were stacked against him since the very start. He can imagine how each and every waking hour was a nightmare for OG Gojo. It eats at him, not letting him have just one moment of peace, ultimately driving him to a dead end with no way to escape but death. I've found your harasser, OG Gojo. Now, how should I deal with them? He could contemplate on how to deal with them later, but now he must head to the library. After reading some history books, the origin of quirks can be summed up as such. The first quirk user was born in KK, China. After that, more and more individuals with exceptional abilities began popping up all around the world. 80% of the population now has superhumans with exceptional abilities. There is to this day no explanation to how this has happened. The emergence of quirks also brought about a new career, which was previously considered imaginary and belongs to fantasy books by many, hero. That means villains must exist too, Gojo thought. The hero career only exists to counter a problem, which is quirk havers that had gone rogue. This hero career also has ranking systems, which is quite cool to him. According to some magazine, the #1 hero on the list is named All Might, which sounds entirely goofy to him. Who names themselves that? There are also some funny-sounding names that makes him giggle, earning a piercing stare from the librarian. 3:15 p.m. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. It was time he goes home. Or so he thought. He can feel an object being hurled towards him. With his quick reflex, he turns around and catches it. It was a mop. Wow, you learned how to catch it now. Getting used to it after all this time, huh? What is this about? Do you have to be reminded of this too? We don't feel like cleaning duty today, so we're leaving the honors to you. I don't wanna. He deadpants. What did you say? The third kid, who is short and big hands, asks back, now with an irritated expression. I'm one man, it's gonna take too long, I have a home to get back to, you know? Ha, look at this fucker. Spiky Head says, now getting closer to him. You must have been mistaken, this is not a matter of yes or no. If we tell you to do something, you do it. It's a comma dash. Get your lackeys to do it, don't you have two by your side? I'm heading home. Bye. Gojo responds with a cheerful expression, turning his feet towards the door. Stop right there. And he does, but not turning to look at them. You've been too out of line recently, haven't you? That spiky bastard then smirks. But don't worry, Gojo. We'll help you get back on track. Behind the school now. After finishing his sentence, they walk past him, bumping his shoulder in the process. Gojo wipes away his shoulder. They're giving me the opportunity to settle things too, how nice. And then he makes his way towards the back of the school. Where is it again? He hopes they have no problem with waiting, because boy is he going to take his sweet time getting there. Now is a great time to do some sightseeing. There are admittedly not that many interesting things about the school. The only thing that caught his attention was the small pond with koi fishes and a wet notebook swimming with them. Thoughts slightly charred, probably due to being lit up, he can still make out the writings. Hero, analysis for the no, is it my? For my future. Number 13-inch. The contents of the notebook held his attention for a while. It had drawings of heroes and a detailed analysis of their quirks and techniques, breaking down the heroes' ultimate moves and strategies. Whoever that made this must be an aspiring soon-to-be hero, or just a normal fanboy. A conversation reached his ear. It was distant, probably a few stories up. You want to be a hero so bad? I've got a time-saving idea for you. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. Geez, is this how children talks to each other these days? The sound most likely originates from that open window, and probably this notebook too. He should wait for the owner. Take a swan dive of the roof. Those ruthless words echoes in Izuku's mind. Izuku Midoriya is deeply hurt. His childhood friend, Kaken, had spat out such vile and poisonous words. Why is he being treated this way? What had gone wrong between them? Why can't he dream of being a hero even if he is quirkless? Midoriya heads down to retrieve his notebook, which was probably all dirty and wet now. He heard a splash after Kaken threw it away after all. Idiot. If I really jumped, you would be charged with bullying me into suicide. Think before you speak. You could never become a hero with that record either. As Midoriya turns the corner, he was greeted by an expected sight. In front of him stands a snowy-haired boy with inhumanly vibrant blue eyes. He wonders if that is a side effect brought about by his quirk. The boy is reading his notebook while leaning on the fish pond. Midoriya takes a few more steps towards him. The boy, upon hearing Midoriya's footsteps, turns to him, a slight smile on his lips. Are you the owner of this notebook? He waves the notebook around. It seems a peculiar boy with green hair has come to retrieve his notebook. Like Maki, he doesn't seem to have any curse energy. Is he in this world's preferred term, quirkless? Yes. That is mine, could I please have it back? From the way he speaks, Gojo can tell this boy lacks confidence. Is he undergoing the same treatment from his peers like him? He can feel his teacher instincts kicking in. Of course not, he says with a big smile. Thank Waiha? He has been denied his own notebook. Why? What does this boy possibly want from him? They've practically never met. Did he somehow bump into this boy and he's held a grudge ever since? Does this boy want compensation money for the notebook? You do know you're mumbling all that out, right? Ah, dash a minute. this habit of his. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, I was just dash. Relax. Don't act like I'm about to murder you. The white-haired boy says, a slight grin on his face. They stood there in complete silence after that, an air of awkwardness between is hard to dissipate. Midoriya feels small under that gaze of his. Really, who has that? Intense of a stare? He should say something. You, what's your name? The boy closed the distance between them with a few steps. He is really tall for a 15-year-old boy. Midoriya Izuku, it is nice to meet you. He stutters out. That is a nice name. Gojo Satoru, pleased to make your acquaintance. Gojo extends his hand and watches the other boy shakes it awkwardly. Say, Midoriya, could you do me 2 favors? I'll do my best to repay them. Gojo responds with a cheerful glee, shaking the boy's hand enthusiastically. 2 favors? He can't possibly accept that. His mother must be waiting for him at home. He must deny this, no matter the outcome. As he was opening his mouth to deny the boy, his tongue suddenly felt paralyzed. Gojo was staring at him with his innocent puppy eyes. It knocked the wind out of his sail. I'm terribly sorry, B-dash. Yes? Oh God, the stare only got worse. He lets out a sigh of defeat. All right, what is it? Midoriya responds, visibly nervous. Well then, Midoriya. Gojo places a hand on his shoulder. Can you show me where the back of the school is? Well, here it is, though I'd thought you knew this by now. Midoriya thought Gojo would give some outrageous request, but he was glad to be wrong. See, it's just my temporary memory lost, worry not green boy. Oh, there they are, Gojo says, a hand above his eyes. He is looking sneakily over the corner of the building. Gojo, do I really have to be here? I can go home now, right? He asks, a little bit nervous. Nope. You still have one more favor to fulfill, remember? Now hold this for me. Midoriya was surprised at the bag thrown at him. He clumsily catches it, making a little noise. Wait, where are you going? Gojo looks down at him as he stands up, brushing away the grass. To a fight, of course. Please wait for me, Izuku. Gojo ends his sentence with a wink and dashes off. A fight? Oh no, what has he gotten himself into? Doing such a troublemaker a favor. What were you thinking, Izuku? What if the teachers notice and he gets roped in too? Izuku thinks of leaving the bag here and making a run for it, but... You still have one more favor to fulfill, remember? Midoriya sighs. You're finally here. We thought your dumbass got scared and ran off, one of the kids scoffs. I would never. Plus, there is no point in running away. He smiles lightly. After all, you 3 are weak. Look at you making the big talk. You know, it's not too late to apologize for your behavior, right? He grabs Gojo's collar. I mean, we can go back to the old days. Don't you miss it? You would bow at my feet, lick my shoes, just like Yuzu. Whack. Gojo shuts him up with a right hook. That seemed to wipe the smug off the other two's face. Why, you weren't supposed to do that. One of them yelled. What? Defend myself? Did they expect him to listen to that goofy villain dialogue? Okay, that's enough. The fat kid throws a right-handed punch at Gojo. They may be bullies, but they're 15-year-old bullies, nothing he can't handle. Time to test this body strength, then. Gojo dodges to the left, his right hand curls to a fist and clocks the fat kid in the jaw. He'll only fistfight them. Using any one of his abilities is an insult to his proud self. The other two watch the kid get knocked out, hitting the ground with an audible thump. Gojo looks at his knuckles. They're now red and a bit scratched. After one punch, seriously? But he has no time to think because... Tatsuo. Damn it. No, Jean, don't dash. How dare you? The kid with big hands, now Jean, is charging towards him screaming. It seems like the kid wants to tackle him. Gojo waits for him to come a bit closer, then moves slightly to the side, but he leaves his leg out, tripping the little sheet in the process. UW-. Gojo giggles at the sight of him planting into the dirt. Serves you right. Gojo sticks his tongue out. Whoosh. He narrowly dodges Spiky Head's punch. Did watching all of those YouTube videos give you the confidence? He grins, throwing punch after punch, backing him to a wall. Gojo is feeling a bit short of breath. He better finish this quick, this body won't be able to handle much more action. He clenches his fist and smacks the kid's face. Spiky Head stumbles back a few steps, regaining his footing, wipes the nosebleed, and dashes at Gojo. You fool. You call that a punch? A manic grin plastered on his face. He tries charging for Gojo again, but Gojo ducks down low and sweeps his leg, knocking him off the ground, his body falling onto the ground with a thump. Not wasting any time, Gojo drops an elbow into his face, knocking the Spiky Head out. He breathes heavily. The fight is over. Gojo activates Reverse Curse to heal his damaged fists. The scratches quickly heal, only leaving the bloodstains. He turned towards Midoriya's direction and beams at the boy. Gojo is surprised the Broccoli Kid hasn't run away yet. As Gojo was walking towards him, Midoriya's face abruptly turned grim. Gojo WZ-. He WHPS around, but it was too late. A fist already connected to his face, knocking him down to the grass. It was Jean, the kid with big hands. Ah, that's right, I only tripped him after all. Normally, Gojo would never let this happen, but without any eye coverage, the excessive amount of cursed energy he'd perceived wore him down considerably. The fight also took a lot of physical strength, dulling his senses in return. Limitless could have stopped this, but Gojo doesn't want to use the hidden card up his sleeve. The element of surprise is the ultimate weapon, after all. The kid stands over him. Forgot about me. His hand becomes enlarged. He is seeing a quirk in action. How nice. This'll teach you a lesson, freak. The fist descends upon him. Should I activate Limitless? Or should I take the punch? Wouldn't activating it expose me? Coming up with a believable explanation as to how he is not quirkless anymore can be troublesome. Heck, they might even use him as a lab rat. Gojo closes his eye, deciding to take the hit. He has reverse cursed anyway. I found out enough about myself anyways. Plus, these kids are undeserving of ever gracing their eye on my techniques. What occurred next leaves Gojo speechless. Out of the blue, a green-haired boy enters his vision and body slams Jean. Gojo was impressive at fighting. Midoriya was reluctant to stay at first, but he found himself immersed in Gojo's moves. His movements are calculated, striking the opponent at vital areas. However, Midoriya can't claim they are deadly. The reason why it knocked out the overweight kid was because he was hit in the jaw. Aside from that, Midoriya can see that his movements are sloppy, like he has never practiced a day but somehow got the right fighting techniques. How does this make sense? His fist delivers a rather weak punch, so that's why Gojo had fully utilized his elbow and body weight to knock out the redhead. He made up for his lack of physical strength by using whatever advantages he has, from his own body to the opponent's own weaknesses. Oh, is the fight over? That was fast. He concluded, seeing as how Gojo is now waving at him cheerfully. He was about to wave back to Gojo, but from behind, a figure is slowly approaching him. The kid with big hands dash. A few words left his mouth to warn Gojo, but it was too late. The situation was flipped in an instant. The kid is standing on top Gojo, his hand enlarging, curled up and ready to descend on him. Why isn't he retaliating? Gojo just laid there, unresponsive to the kid. Did he get knocked out? Should he call the teachers? But wouldn't it get Gojo in trouble too? He can't ever take the hit for Gojo because that hand is too big. He'd broke a lot of bones. I guess there is only one option left. Midoriya launches himself towards the kid. This kid surprised him, to say the least. Boy, he really is a born hero. Anyone would just stand by to watch. He has got to find a way to repay the favor. Well, favors soon. Gojo will admit, he isn't used to this feeling of being saved. He was always tasked with killing and protecting, so this sheds new light for him. Jean and Midoriya both fall on the ground with a heavy thud, but right after, the green boy quickly got up to his feet, ran to Gojo and slung his arm over his shoulders. They make a run for it. Come back in flesh. The sound soon got drowned out by their hasty footsteps and rapid breathing. Are you all right, Gojo? Midoriya worriedly asks. All good. Man, I would have taken a nasty punch if it weren't for you. Why did you do that? Saving me. I'm not sure either. My legs just moved on their own. I'm sorry. The last part was phrased like a question. Why would you be sorry all of a sudden? You saved my sorry butt. Boy, he really needs to raise this boy's confidence. Swinging the bag over his shoulders, they run towards the school gate. Say, green boy, why don't we become friends? You'd technically be my first friend in this world, that is. Why the Do you not like it? Would love to, I think. Midoriya says as they run out of the school. But I'm kinda reluctant. Why? Millions would die to be you right now. Gojo answers, a bit confused. You get into fights, Gojo. If you can promise to not do it anymore, then I'll be your friend. All right. But wait, Midoriya. What's wrong? Did the punch hurt? I can take you to the nearest clinic if you want. No, Gojo cuts him off. They've been running for at least 100 meters away from the school. Now that the adrenaline has subsided, Gojo can fully feel the exhaustion that he was supposed to. I need to he wheezes, I need to catch my breath. Alright. Waiting for Gojo to catch his breath, Midoriya stares at a wall in an alleyway they're in. They decided that this is the best hiding spot lest those 3 students decides to chase after. Gojo Satoru is fine, aren't we practically best buds now? Gojo Satoru smiles at him, a few bead of sweat drips down his forehead. Then Satoru, they have been friends for a good 5 minutes but now they've moved on to best friends? Gojo uses people given name freely and lets them do the same. He wonders if that is reserved for friends, or does Gojo not care about such things in general? I can't help but notice that you're quite weak as in physical strength. Ouch. I can't believe you hurted my feelings like this. No. That's not all I wanted to say. He clears his throat. Though you lack the required strength, you make up for it by using the opponent's weakness to your advantage. Just like how you struck that kid's jaw and knocked him out. You also used the lightness of your body to drop down and sweep their legs, and also, that trip, you are very calm and collected although there are 3 people against you and Achi's rambling again. Go on. I just think that you're really cool. To his surprise, Satoru is looking at him fondly, to an extent that he would think this is a teacher in front of him, not a physically weak student exhausted after running from a fight. You are really perceptive, Midoriya. Satoru gives a light-hearted smile. I wonder if that is a habit built from your observations on heroes? You've got 13 notebooks of it after all. That must have been it. They both break into laughter. He hasn't had this much fun in years. When was the last time he could laugh with a friend like this? For as long as he could recall, they ostracized him for not having a quirk. They treat him as a social outcast and constantly litter him with insults. But it makes him wonder, what if Satoru finds out that he is quirkless? Will he change the way he treats him? This scares Midoriya. He doesn't want Gojo to find out. He is scared of. Oh, by the way, you're quirkless, right? That question alone flabbergasted Midoriya. He already knows? Yeah, I am. How did you know? Well, scrap that stupid question. Who doesn't know? Midoriya lowers his head. Here it goes, I guess. It was nice while it lasted. Sensitive eyes. Satoru replies nonchalantly, seemingly unaffected by the news of him being quirkless. That's new. Another thing, Midoriya. Yes? He looks up at Satoru. You should have more confidence in yourself, you know? Satoru stands up and he follows. I mean, you've got a ton of potential, that analyzing skill, that heroic action. You've got it in you to be something great. The one thing holding you back is just yourself. So, have more confidence in yourself. Hearing those words, it might just make him cry. Actually, he can feel a few tears building up. Because in his 15 years of living, Satoru, do you think that perhaps I too can become he gulps down his nervousness, a hero? The one thing he'd always longed to hear. Gojo smiles proudly at him. Yeah, you can? Even when I have no quirk? He weakly asks, just a little bit more confirmation, that is real, not some sick dream his brain made up to lessen his desperation. You can become a hero. 5 simple words. To anyone it may seem insignificant, but to Midoriya, it was his whole world. It was all it takes for all the tears that he tried so hard to hold back come pouring out. He cries for what feels like hours. With Gojo by his side, hands on his head. This is kinda awkward. He didn't mean to make the kid cry. He was just answering what seems to be an obvious question. He can be quirkless and still be a hero, Gojo thinks? Isn't being quirkless the same as having no cursed energy? Maki became an exceptional sorcerer without any cursed energy, so it should probably be possible in this universe too, right? The broccoli boy at last stopped his endless stream of tears, so he can finally. Gojo was suddenly hit by a splitting headache. Causing him to lose a bit of balance, Gojo's hands fly out towards a wall in an attempt to stabilize himself. Minute. It seems like his 6 eyes is at its limit today, even with the reversed cursed techniques activated. Satoru? Are you alright? Midoriya asks, visibly worried although his eye is puffed up. Oh fine. Sensitive eye issues, that's all. Say, what's the current time? Satoru watches Midoriya fumbles with his phone for 10, why? Great, there's some time left for my last favor. He swings his arm around Midoriya, intertwines his own hands and whoosh. They appeared in front of a sunglasses shop. Midoriya was baffled, his face screams, what did he just do? Why are we in front of a sunglass shop? Why this, why that? How did you just do that? That was so cool dash. Green boyo? Questions later. There's something I need you to do. He puts a hand to Midoriya's lips. Faye, what is it? Okay, what is it? Gojo pulls out some money, which he stole from the bullies earlier. Technically it was rightfully his, though he just don't know how much they took from him. I'm still a bit short of money to buy one. Can you help me? He knew it. Gojo would have an outrageous request after all. He looks at the price tag, then turns to Gojo. You know, that money which you got, it doesn't even amount to half the price of this glass. Well, this was all they had on them, so he deadpants. You stole money of him. Adatada, don't be so quick to yell that out. Satoru removes his hand from Midoriya's face. This was the darkest shade they have, plus it's round. You're going to do me a really, and I mean really good turn. If you help me buy it, I'll be in your favor. That's basically the biggest reward the people around me would consider, so please? Gosh darn it, he is pulling out that puppy eyes again. Despite heavy reluctance, he still pulls out the money, months of his savings, all down the drain. Well, at least Satoru is happy with his newly bought glasses. It costed him another portion of his money because Satoru wanted the already dark glass to be replaced by even darker glass. Midoriya wonders how can anyone even navigate their way with that glass on. Satoru raises them up to the sky like it was the most precious thing he's laid his hand on. I'm saved. A sense of comfort washes over him as soon as he puts the glasses on. He'd been overly stimulated without rest for the past days. The glass is now morphine, and he is but an injured soldier. Midoriya. I know you have a lot of questions. How about we walk home together? Walk home. Together? Midoriya seems a bit confused. Hiya, this poor boy. Yup, that's what friends do. Midoriya smiles vibrantly. Man, he's like an artificial sun. Alright. The neighborhood is nice. He is walking home with the kid. Now that he has his glass, he can enjoy the scenery much better than before. Midoriya? Shoot. Is it shoot? He looks back confused. Your questions. What I want to know. Oh right. That whoosh thing. Where you intertwined your hand and then we suddenly appeared in front of the store. Is that your quirk? His quirk. I guess that is what I should call my powers now. Yeah. You could say that. That is so cool. What is it called dash? Stop right there, green boy. My turn now. Figurines. We're taking turns? Yep. Okay. Gojo puts a hand on his chin. Can people have 2 quirks? Midoriya stares at him dumbfoundedly. Of course you can, if you're a mutant or inherit 2 quirks from your parents. Though the majority of people only have this, is common knowledge, you know. Now you're just a fanboy. Next question? Your quirk, what is it called? Right, he hasn't come up with a cool name for his quirk yet. Gojo ponders for a while. Satoru? If it's a personal thing I can chong dash. Limitless. Limitless. Though Midoriya have no clue what it does, it sounds really cool. What does it do? It sounds so right, your turn? Calm down your excitement, Midoriya. This is how he gets every time he hears about a cool quirk. He can't help it, force of habit. I know, right? I'm good at coming up with names. He puts a hand to his face, seeming proud. Wait, aren't doctors supposed to tell you what your quirk is? What does he mean by coming up with it? Okay, Midoriya Izuku. Satoru pauses. Yes? Are heroes allowed to kill? Again, with these obvious questions, he wonders why Satoru is asking these. No, they're not. The villains are jailed in Tartarus. Well, I guess that is a light punishment. 3 meals a day when lives are lost. Oh, that was grim all of a sudden. He's got to change the atmosphere. In my turn. He chucked awkwardly, how does your quirk work? It is usually guessable by name, but I can't really tell what it does. Well, I guess another term for it is space manipulation. Space manipulation? That sounds terribly overpowered. Can he compress and expand spatial forces? Oh my god. That is so amazing. If Satoru utilized the quirk at its full potential, he no doubtedly would become one of, if not the strongest hero. Woa strongest? Sweet. How did he, oh right, his stubborn habit. Luckily Gojo doesn't seem to care. Okay Izuku, why do you want to become a hero? That's easy. Wanted to save people with a smile on my face. Just like all my teeth. Oh, a noble dream. Gojo claps, not a hint of sarcasm. You're right, it's just a dream right now. But I will realize it one day. Okay, Gojo, what is your strongest skill? He asks. They are now under an alleyway. Oh, easy. Doma dash, Satoru pauses. Let's continue this later, something's coming. Satoru is donning an extremely serious expression, so much so that it sounds the alarm in Midoriya's head. Satoru is looking down on the ground? What does he see? He follows Satoru's gaze, and it leads to a manhole. What's so strange about the dash? Clang. From the manhole at front, something gooey, muddy green starts coming out. A villain dash. It dawned on Midoriya. Gojo, we got a dash. He tries to run away from the villain, but it was too late. The green sludge is already hurling towards them at high speed slam. Oh, Izuku boyo. We're fine, open your eyes. And so he does. What is this? My quirk? Well, part of it. Midoriya raises his hand, which is all covered by the green sludge, but he doesn't feel it. The sludge is now dripping down, concentrating into a pile in front of them. The reason he is not feeling the sludge is because there is a force field around him. Satoru. This is dash. Fufu, mighty quirk. Cool, I know. What are you? Oh wow, it can talk? What a surprise. The only thing stopping him from killing that curse lookalike is because he knows for sure curses doesn't exist here. That is just a human with some sludgy quirk. Satoru, we should get out of here. That is a villain. Midoriya rushes him. Don't worry, this is grade 4, no, 3 at best. Grade? Oh, another one is coming. Brace yourself, boyo. This is a grade 1. The manhole cover suddenly flies up, or perhaps, punched upward. Fear not, kids. I am here. Oh, Gojo mouths a. Besides him, Midoriya seems like he is about to pass out. Green boy? You good? Titiets. That's All Might. He's actually heard dash. Midoriya passes out. Oya dash, he managed to catch Midoriya's falling body. Geez, what a hardcore fanboy. This reminds of Miwa. He starts focusing on this All Might's guy. Let's see what he's got in him. In front of his eyes, All Might concentrates his energy in one fist and punches the villain. The shock wave creates a gush of wind. He holds on to Midoriya, lest this frail boy goes flying away too. Ho, so this is the strongest hero. Boy, is that young man all right? All Might worriedly asks, towering over them. No, I think he passed out, he responds, with a hint of sarcasm. I like your humor, boy. I shall wait for him to come round, then. The big guy says, then turns around to collect the sludge villain and squeezes him into a bottle. The sludge guy will no doubt escape with that shitty confinement. By the way, All Sight, no, is it all right? All Might. What is it, boy? Can you sign this? Gojo throws Izuku's notebook at him. Sure thing. He catches the notebook easily. As he signs the notebook, All Might thinks about this peculiar white-haired kid in front of him. What a strange boy, he's never seen a child wear a stare so intense, it's like he'd seen what the world had to offer. This is not your average schoolboy. Some muffled noises reaches his ear. Oh Lord, he passed out, didn't he? In front of Gojo and even All Might. Wait, All Might. He's gotta get his signature. Oh great, he's up. Satoru's voice chimes in. The #1 hero is saying some stuffs about how the two of you has been great help. Apologies for letting you get caught in my villain hunt. Blah blah blah. Swirls are forming in Midoriya's eye. Gojo can guess how much this kid idolizes the hero. Ah right, where's my notebook? He already signed it. You're welcome. Gojo thinks. Whoa. Thank you so much. What a treasure. I'll keep it in my family's heirloom. Oh, Mr. Hero seems like he has to go now. Until next time dash. W8. Thank you for your support. All Might was gone in a flash, leaving some dusts unsettled in his trail. Tight schedule, huh? Anyways, let's continue with our game. He turns to Midoriya, only to have a wall greet him instead. Midoriya? He's gone. He's on the rooftop with All Might. He knows that foolishly clinging onto his favorite hero while he about to jump was a stupid thing. But there's one thing he wanted to ask him. He already has his answers from Satoru, but Midoriya also wants to hear it from his childhood hero. Do you think dash? Satoru appears in a staircase. He can feel the familiar energy of a certain flashy man just through the door. Midoriya must be there as well, he hopes. Tracking him down is a bit hard because he cannot feel the boy's energy. As he was opening the door, Gojo comes face to face with a very tall but lanky man. Isn't this guy? You need to be realistic, young man. They walk past each other with no words exchanged. Whatever, he has other things to worry about anyways. He did something to the boy. Judging by how dejected Midoriya looks. It must have been about becoming a hero, then. So? He told you the cold, harsh truth? After a moment of silence. Gojo doesn't say anything, he just sits beside the boy. After a while, he finally speaks. Thank you. So, even when you know the truth, you still told me that I can, you know? I wasn't lying. Though. What do you mean? I've seen a powerless person become something great, US dash. There is no such thing as a quirkless hero, dash. Midoriya snaps at him. Realizing what he had done, the boy turns to him quickly. Dash. It's fine. You seem to be bothered a lot by it. Well, of course, your childhood hero tells you that you can't become like him, and that you should be more realistic. It would knock anyone down a peg. Midoriya says, a sullen expression on his face. God, he is bad at comforting people. That game earlier, would you like tea dash? No, let's just go home. They walk home in awkward silence. He just soundlessly watches Midoriya wipes his eyes and sometimes sniffle. Midoriya. Over there. Gojo points to a crowd. He can feel some explosions and the sludge villain? Didn't Mr. Dream Shatterer contain him? Oh right, in a plastic water bottle. Let's check it out, Gojo. Alright. Crowds full of curse energy isn't his cup of tea, but at least it is going to distract this boy. They squeeze into the crowd. Huh? Midoriya exclaimed, isn't that dash? Sludge villain might have fallen out when why? Oh, don't start blaming yourself now. I can't not blame myself, Satoru. Because of me dash, a train of explosions cuts him off. The surrounding crowd starts to panic. Why is the heroes just standing there? I think he's grabbed a middle schooler. It happened in a split second. Midoriya dash? This kid. He's just dashing into the villain like that? Where is his sense of danger? Besides him, that same lanky man is staring wide-eyed. He can feel the energy surging within this man. Oh, he's about to. Toshinori was about to transform, until he felt a hand on his shoulders. Just stay still, old man. I'll handle things for you. Meanwhile, think about what you said to that kid. What dash? Then that boy vanishes. Kaken. Midoriya swipes the sludge away from Bakugo's face, giving him a chance to breathe. Why? This reminds of Satoru. asking the same when he saved him. There were a ton of reasons why, but at that very moment, I dunno. Just, you looked like you needed saving. The sludge has already regained control of Bakugo. Minute. Was that all he could do? Just a bit longer. Stop getting in my way. The villain is now enraged. It swings a huge hand towards him. Midoriya closes his eye and waits for impact. But it never came. A trouble make whenever you go boyo? Satoru's voice. His eye instantly snaps open as he hears Satoru's voice. Satoru is towering over him, one hand in his pocket, the right one extended, palms opened wide to counter the sludge. The dense liquid is dispersed flatly on the invisible barrier. It reminds him of a bucket of water being splashed at a glass window. He feels a strange sense of relief, like he can rest easy and leave it all to Satoru now, even though he'd known this guy for at best 2 hours. Hold on to me tight, you might get blown away. Alright. He grabs onto Satoru's left leg, but what a boo dash. Oh. Him, isn't this your bully? Yes, but, please do something. Midoriya responds. It earned a strange expression from Satoru. Was he too demanding? I got it, leave it to me. Now hold this. Satoru plants those non-see-through-able glasses in his hair. His left hand digs into the sludge and pulls out Bakugo's arm. Well, it's a good time to test out what I can do. No killing. Satoru mumbles. Was this guy prepared to kill if it weren't for the answers I gave him? See this as a favor I'm returning you, Midoriya. With one hand holding Bakugo, he brings the other up. What transpired next made Midoriya understand the true value of getting a favor from Satoru. Cursed technique reversal, red. A small sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, made of what seems to be red matter conjures at the tip of Satoru's index finger. This much should be enough. He ends it with a grin. The light got so blinding that it makes Midoriya's eyes shut tight. He gets why Satoru wants him to hold on now. The small ball is releasing a lot of energy, causing extremely harsh winds. It could have blown him away if he hadn't. A deafening sound fills the ruined streets. Is this only a portion of his powers? Ruthless winds hits Midoriya's face. It seems like he can't handle the shock. Dusts are now swelling up due to the explosion. He can feel parts of that sludge villain splashing down on the ground. Gojo looks at his own right hand. It is wounded, like a cracked mirror. The fingertip seems to be the most damaged, but less injured as it moves up his forearm. Blood oozing through the cracks, making the arm look grim. His uniform's fabric is also gone, ripped up and exposes his elbow. They'll need to get this replaced. He activates Reversed Cursed. It rapidly heals his arm. He is lucky no one can witness this process due to the thick dust cloud. Afterwards, the heroes gather up the villain's dispersed body. He and Midoriya are given a heavy scolding. Both of them are sitting in a kneeling position, listening to this weird hero. Green-haired boy, what you have done is extremely dangerous. There was absolutely no need for you to put yourself in danger. And as for you, white-haired boy, what were you doing? That was dash. Gojo bowed his head so it looked like he was apologetic. But the bloody arm is still on his mind. That wasn't supposed to happen. That was only a fraction of his powers. The same, tiny amount he used on Jogo. It couldn't even account to a portion of his original strength. So what? What is different about this time? Why is it damaging him to this extent? Why is it that this body can't handle it? Then it hits him. This body, which originally belonged to dead Gojo, is now a vessel to contain his soul and powers. A weak vessel at that. It couldn't even handle something that used to be considered a negligible amount of energy output. He could abuse Reverse Cursed technique, but if anyone caught wind of this, Gojo would no doubt be subjected to a lot of experiments or questions. Gojo needs to train this body to fully unlock his technique's full potential. If he had used Hollow Purple, his whole arm may even fly off. The minute dead Gojo. As he was deep in thought, Midoriya taps his shoulder. Gojo? He turns to the boy. I'm sorry, it was because of me that you got scolded too. Midoriya looks incredibly apologetic. It makes him feel like he is extorting an unwilling apology from the kid. Chin up boyo, Nothing to worry about here, he lost me halfway into the lecture. How about we walk home? Midoriya, still down, but answers him with a smile. Walking back from the commotion was quite boring. Gojo, was that another one of your skills? Oh, we're back at interrogating me again? Gojo chuckles. That was one of my skill, yes. Your turn. No questions left, ask anything you want. Oh, why do you name your skill like that? Huh. Is there something wrong with his naming skills? Oh right, people here don't use cursed techniques. They must name their skills something stupid like Blazing Fist of Steel. Or Unrelenting Darkness. They used to call me the high school edgelord. Gojo WHPS up a proud face. A high school E50. Midoriya lets out a sound. I'm sorry, I just dashed. The poor kid is trying his hardest to hold the laughter in. Okay, next question. I'll no longer have you taint my legacy. That half-baked joke seems to have lifted the boy's mood. How nice. Alright, okay, I'm sorry. I've been wondering this from earlier, but how did you get that scar on your neck? Gojo traces the neck area. The present of his arrival to this world throbs at his touch. The buttons must have come loosened by the impact. We used to have a very aggressive cat. That earns another hearty laugh from Midoriya. What? Answer seriously, Gojo dash. Okay, sorry, I fist-fought a tiger when I was 6 dash. Hey, do you? They both turn around towards the obnoxious noise. Oh, it's that explosive kid, Gojo notices. Listening to the explosive head's ramble didn't interest him one bit, but he must admit, watching the kid getting so angry that it looks like some steam might come off of his ear is amusable enough. And I didn't need your help either, stupid whitehead. Got it. I'll let you suffocate next time. The kid angrily walks away. Sorry you have to see that, Satoru. Stop saying sorry to me, you know I don't mind. Gojo reassures the boy. Oh, and this. Midoriya hands him his glass. Sweet. You kept it in good condition? Satoru accepts it with a glee. Well, I did pay for it through my nose. From a distance, Gojo can feel a familiar energy approaching them at high speed. Then I'll be going now. He waves at Midoriya, and he does the same. Oh, by the way, can I come to your house after school tomorrow? All right. Midoriya gives him a bright smile. I'll wait for you at the school's gate. Like they had agreed, Gojo and Midoriya meets at the school gate. Compared to yesterday, Izuku's overall vibe has an improvement. Something good must have happened between him and All Might on that evening. You look happy. Did something happen? You noticed? Izuku smiled shyly, a hand on his nape. Yeah, something very amazing happened. Seeing as how Izuku isn't willing to elaborate further, Gojo drops the topic. They talk about random things and cracks jokes along the way. The Midoriyas live huddled together in an apartment complex, unlike him who has the entire house to himself. Which he'll admit, gets lonely all the time. Gojo is used to annoying all the people around him, so the loneliness is becoming unbearable. It's just you and your mother? Yeah, my father is. Working abroad, busy man. Izuku opens the door and walks in first. I'm home, Mom. Welcome home, Izuku. His mother comes out to greet him. Is that Dash? I'm Gojo Satoru. Sorry for intruding, Mrs. Midoriya. He puts on a charming smile. She chuckles. You don't have to worry, dear. My son told me about a friend coming over, which is a really rare thing for him. She grasps his hand. You're that boy who helped my son from that sludge villain, right? There are news all over about this. Thank you so much for helping him. He is such a troublemaker, isn't he? Besides them, Izuku is as red as a tomato. Don't dash. The pleasure's all mine, Mrs. Midoriya. He's my only friend. I couldn't just stand there and watch either. He shakes her hand enthusiastically. Only friend? I thought a handsome young man like you. Wow dash. Okay, Mom, that's enough. I'm bringing him to my room now. Izuku panics and ushers him upstairs. I'll bring some snacks up. Gojo knows Midoriya is an All Might fanboy, but certainly not an ultra-mega extremely hardcore fanboy. This boy has All Might's posters plastered all over his wall, tons of figurines of the man, heck. The bed and carpet even has All Might. You can't find a space to put your eyes on without it having something All Might related. Oh. It seems like I have underestimated how much you like the guy. He's always been my childhood hero, so it's just natural that I support him. Midoriya defends himself. Anyways, is there any reason why you wanted to come over today? There is. There isn't. I was thinking we could study together, or play games, anything would do really. It's just me and myself at home, so it gets extremely boring. Gojo admits. Oh, are your parents not home? Nope. Gojo says as he pulls out some books from his bag. I'll have you know, I'm very good at studying. Is there any subject you're not good at? Physics is on the top of my list. The lessons have been mind-boggling as of late. Great. Physics is actually my forte. Finally, something for him to do. We'll start there. Tell me what you don't understand. He stays with the Midoriyas until night falls. Gojo lost track of time as he enjoyed playing games he's never touched and just tutoring the kid too much. It reminded him of his teacher days. When they finally leave the room, Mrs. Midoriya asks him, "It's already late. If you don't have any more plans, how about staying for dinner with us? It has been a while since we hosted a guest." She makes a kind offer. "Oh, I would love to. I haven't eaten anything for a while." Gojo responds with a bright smile. Mrs. Midoriya makes a concerned expression. "Oh dear, when have you last eaten?" Well, if he can make a guess, he's had nothing to eat ever since he came to this world. And who knows if dead Gojo was eating anything prior to his arrival, so if he could give a number. 3 or more days, I think? Gojo nonchalantly says. It sends the other two into a shock. What? Oh, this will absolutely not do. Mrs. Midoriya protests. Satoru, that is not healthy. Sorry. As he was eating, the two of them would keep filling his bowl over the top with beef, vegetables, any kinds of food they have on the table. So this is what it feels like to have a meal with a family. He didn't know what it felt like. Back in the clan, they would just bring food to his room and he'd eat them. Some meals were sent out because he detected poison. It was terrible having to be on guard all the time. In the end, he would resort to cooking food himself and eating them alone most of the times. He would share meals with Suguru Shoko, but it has become nothing but bygone memories. But now, being with these two gives him a sense of peace. He'd never known that this is something he'd long for. A simple meal with people that will never mean you any harm. If he wasn't so dulled, Gojo would tear up on the spot right now. But for now, all he can offer acceptance to the food. Gojo dear. If you don't mind me asking, Mrs. Midoriya asks while washing the dishes. Yes? Why haven't you eaten in days? Does your parents not feed you? If this is the case, I'm calling Dash. It's not like that, Mrs. Midoriya. He laughs. My parents are gone, so it's just me. I ran out of money, so I can't really afford anything to eat. I've been trying to find a part-time job recently, but anywhere I go, they're not hiring. He gives a defeated look. Mrs. Midoriya pauses for a short moment. I'm sorry for your loss, dear. No one has to go through that. It's fine, really. My relatives said enough. Gojo doesn't even know who his relatives are. He's just saying that so Mrs. Midoriya can stop pitying him. Not that he hates being pitied. The feeling is just foreign. He doesn't really have any emotions for his supposed parents, so their deaths come easy for him. He'd gotten used to the feeling of hunger, so not eating food for days isn't even a problem for Gojo at all. Thought if he wanted to sustain this body and unlock his techniques, he should really learn to eat. Gojo used to give an appetite for food, especially sweets, but the prison messed him up real bad. If you're trying to find a part-time job, I know of a friend who is in desperate need of help. She turns off the tap water, turns to him, giving a small smile. You might fit the criteria. Oh, seriously? You're an angel. Gojo can't help but exclaim excitedly. From that moment he swore to protect this kind lady from any type of danger, but she just laughs it off and tells him to watch over Izuku instead. This must be the address? Gojo looks at the slip of paper given to him by Mrs. Inko. Well, no harm in trying, and he turns the door handle. Sorry for intruding. Atsuko Makoori was a woman in her mid-30s, struggling to barely keep up the pastries and drinks shop. She could recall her conversation with Inko as clear as day, although she was drunk at the time. You know, Inko, she whines. I'm here, Maka. I've been running this pastry and drinks shop. But she gulps down her jug of beer and slams it on the table. There's been no customer for the past few months. Oh dear, that is indeed quite dire. Right? You get it. It had a lot of customers during the first opening month, but then the numbers dwindled. Have you come up with any plans? No, unless a handsome boy comes and attracts all the customers, I would have to close the place down. She had said that in the spur of moments, but lo and behold, Inko actually sent her an angel from heaven. This boy walked through the door and asked if a job is available. If it weren't for that, Atsuko would have thought a celebrity decided to grace this shop with their presence, not a regular schoolboy. But regardless, she still has to interview him, standard protocol. Alright, first question, your name? Inko did call me about you, but she forgot to give a name. I'm Gojo Satoru. It is a pleasure to be your acquaintance. Then, Gojo she continues. Why would you want to work here? I'm in need of some money to tide me over, plus, Mrs. Inko said that I fit the criteria you're looking for, though I am unsure which. Unless a handsome boy comes and attracts all the customers. Unless a handsome boy comes. The handsome boy. That's right, you fit the criteria. Now tell me, young man, what kind of experience do you have? None, ma'am. However, I am good at anything I put my mind to, so please rest assured I will be getting any tasks assigned done. Oh, quite the talent, huh? Position of a chef, dishwasher, or waiter is all filled, if you're thinking about those. That's quite unfortunate. I thought Mrs. Inko said that you are in need of, and I quote, dire help? She's hit the nail on the head, in fact. Then, am I correct in my assumption that you already have another position in mind for me? Gojo asks, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Exactly, got a cool position for ya. Listen close, and gestures him to move closer, and whispers the details to him. Gojo was flabbergasted. That simple? And I'm getting paid the same as everyone else? That's right. So, yes or no? The boy smiles determinedly. As easy as breathing, ma'am. The internet is going crazy over a certain pastry shop that employs an incredibly handsome man. They say he has frosty hair that flows naturally in the wind, eyes shining a pure blue as if they were a fragment derived from the sky. The round sunglasses also adds to his enchanting beauty and a touch of mysteriousness, attracting more and more customers to the shop day by day, most of which comes purely to get a glance at his face. Some replies claim that he just looks better than average, but it all gets drowned out by the constant fangirling comments, which can't shut up about how dreamy his blue eyes are, endless surge of selfies which have thousands of likes, etc. The job was relatively simple. Gojo just has to stand outside and act as a magnet to attract potential customers. He has never been so glad to be born with this face. His height also makes him look like a man in his 20s rather than a child. The workers were extremely busy serving the never-ending swarm of customers. People come just to take selfies with him but got cajoled into buying something, or get themselves a seat to be able to get a view of where he's standing through the glass. It is honestly a huge ego boost for him. He'd known long ago that people are amazed by his looks, but he never knew it can be utilized as a devastating marketing weapon like this. At the end of the day, Atsuko hands him an envelope filled with money. HM? Isn't she supposed to pay me at the end of the month? What is this for? He curiously asks. See it as your starting salary or whatever. She chuckles. You've been greater help than I had anticipated, kid. We've gotten more customers today than all of the other months combined. Needless to say, this couldn't have been done without you. The boss pats his head a few times. Plus, Inko also told me you had no money to your name, so this is to help you put food in your stomach. Go treat yourself to some onigiri. See ya at work tomorrow. Atsuko waves him off. Goodbye, and thanks again, Ms. Atsuko. He waves back enthusiastically. So this is what working a part-time job feels like. Walking on the streets alone gave him some time with himself. He's always been snowed under by responsibilities, never getting the chance to experience what a normal life actually is, so this is a nice occasion. I should go for a run tomorrow. Gojo thinks. Munching on his onigiri, Gojo thinks about the days to come. There is something off about Midoriya. Gojo didn't notice at first. It's been 3 days since he last came to the kid's house. Gojo has been busy with the part-time job and stupid school assignments. The only interaction he's had with Midoriya is through run-ins at the school. Unlike 3 days prior, Midoriya's movement is much more stiff and he looks a bit exhausted. Gojo has got to get to the bottom of this. But how? It's not like he could just show up unannounced in front of their doorstep, right? Midoriya was doing a few push-ups in his room. UW-. A booming sound of his door swinging open startled him, making him jump to his feet, getting into a defensive formation. WWHO-. He bravely challenges. Midoriya. Gojo, who scared the life out of him, is now greeting him with a big smile. Satoru? The one and only. He replies enthusiastically. I thought my heart popped out of my chest. Knock next time. Satoru is now sprawled on his bed, stretching his back. Sorry. I was just excited to see you. It's been years since we last saw each other. We met this morning? Anyways, aren't you busy with your part-time job? How did you find time to come here? Midoriya knows Gojo has a shift after this. Shouldn't he be going there right now? Boss shut down the shop because she had to deal with some personal matters, so I have me a 2-day break with nothing to do. From the bed, Satoru turns his head to face Midoriya, who is on the floor. Thought I'd come here. How nice, but that's not all, is it? Oh. He claps, gives Midoriya a thumbs up. Spot on. So, what is it? Satoru stops clapping, sits up and makes eye contact with him. You've been working out, haven't you? Satoru asks with a smug. How does this guy know? It's like Satoru always knows. He'd known the tall lanky man was All Might at the rooftop. He'd disappeared at the moment All Might approached him. How he'd always warned Midoriya that Bakugo was just around the corner. He wonders if it's somehow connected to that eye, but Gojo said his quirk can manipulate spatial matters, so he should brush it off for now. You always know, so? Midoriya gives a defeated sigh, guilty as charged. How did you find out? That earned a chuckle from Satoru. You moved like your muscles are sore, also walked in here and witnessed you doing your push-up? Your form is off, by the way. He also adds. Huh, really? He gets back into his push-up form. Help me out. Sure. Position your arm like this. By the way, why are you training? Satoru curiously asks him. It's for the entrance exam. Huh. I don't recall any school wanting to test your physical strengths as an entrance exam. Wait dash, it seems to have finally hit Satoru. Foo, that's right Satoru. I'm planning to go to dash. Are you going to a military school? Huh. No. Midoriya quickly denies. I'm going to UA. How did you come to that conclusion? He looks at Satoru, who is now wearing a dumbfounded look on his face. Wait, no way? You don't know what that is, do you? Is. Spot on, Gen. Gojo avoids his eye. Well then, worry not, so. He pulls out his notebook. The cover says, Get down from the bed. I'm going to tell you all about this school. The mini lecture about UA was quite interesting. Based on what Midoriya taught him, he can sum up the information as such. There are hero schools all over Japan. Yudata takes first place for having the best heroics educations. The entrance exam consists of 2 parts, written test and practical test. He only noted the key points. Midoriya started rambling about some sports festival, which he didn't find interesting, but listens to the boy anyways. So you actually have to learn how to become a hero? Did you think you could just WHP out a cape and fly around? Yeah. He deadpants. Why can't we do that? Like any other profession, a hero is a job. You would have to learn how to be one and then get licensed? Midoriya explains. It also helps troubled individuals with their quirks, letting them learn how to control it and also strengthening it in the process. And Midoriya rambles on, immersed in his own teachings. He's taking this really seriously, huh? Ahem. I got distracted again. Midoriya clears his throat. That's part of you, can't blame it. Gojo raises his hand. One more question, sensei. Midoriya points at him. Gojo Satoru. If there is a hero system, it must be overseen by some organization, right? That's true. It's where the Hero Public Safety Commission comes in. The commission does a lot of things and ranking heroes is one of it. They do a yearly review of your overall performance which includes many factors, and then you get ranked accordingly. Oh, I see. So, I have a proposal for you, Satoru. Listening. He hums. Please go to U.A with me. Midoriya says, eyes full of determination. Gojo doesn't know what to make of this offer. He doesn't want to turn the boy down, but at the same time, he also doesn't want to be shackled by that hero commission. It brings back terrible memories about his helplessness in trying to change the corrupted system. Demed geezers. But what if it's different here? Ho, that's a big life decision. He chuckles, masking away his uncertainty. I'll think about it. Gojo Satoru. The individual that had Toshinori puzzled during the past week. From Midoriya's excited story about him, Gojo has a quirk named Limitless, a powerful one that enables him to manipulate spatial matters. The red ball he conjured has been a great display of power during that sludge villain incident. The boy has been nothing but odd. During their first meeting, he was already staring at Toshinori with intense azure blue eyes. He wasn't interested in getting an autograph, which All Might brushes off because people have their own favorites. But the boy didn't seem scared of the villain one bit, which is abnormal. Their second meeting threw All Might off even more. As he opened the door on the rooftop, the sight of that white hair and sunglasses greets him in that staircase. All Might wondered how he had gotten here that fast. He'd sure he had traveled quite a distance from that alleyway. It is humanly impossible to run to this building and climb the stairs in such a short time. Does the boy has some kind of transportation quirk? Their third meeting was in the same day. He had somehow known that it was him, even though Toshinori was in his deflated state. He prevented All Might from taking action and appeared in front of the villain, countering the punch with some invisible wall. What more can his quirk do? He finds himself curious about the full extent of Gojo's powers. He begged me to buy him those glasses, Midoriya says, loading some junk onto the truck. He had the lens recustomized to be very dark, so much so that you can't even see through it, a black void. He draws circles around his eyes with his index finger. How does he even see in those? I sometimes wonder the same. He never elaborated how and answered with nonsensical reasons if I asked. He mimics Gojo's voice. I have an eye on my forehead. Nature is guiding my way. My legs have a mind of their own. I call them leg 1 and 2. Quite the hard worker. I have the sharpest sense in the world, trust me. Midoriya picks up the worn-down cabinet with a huff. If I have to make a guess on how he could walk around, I'll place my bet on that strange eye of his. I think his eyes are special, unlike ours. He wonders when he could see the strange boy again. Toshinori thought that it would be months until they somehow run into each other, but it appears that he was wrong. Right here at the beach, during the break of dawn. Toshinori finds himself looking at the owner of those azure blue once again. Midoriya was jogging to the beach, the place where All Might and him regularly trains. That evening where All Might chose him as his successor undoubtedly changed his life. Being trained by his childhood hero is something he'd never thought to experience. It was too illusional and out of reach for a quirkless kid like him. But All Might? Training him to be a hero? It's like a dream come true. He couldn't ask for anything more. He wonders when he would be able to move to phase 2 of All Might's practice plan. Midoriya has been training diligently for the past few days, even overworking himself, and earned a deserved scolding from his idol, but at least the plan was remodified. Running in an empty street, he takes in the calmness before him. There aren't any people around at this hour, it's just him alone. Midoriya appreciates the sceneries, birds chirping, morning dew dripping down from vine leaves. He would have never been able to see this at any other time. But unbeknownst to Midoriya, his short-lived peace was a corner away from being shattered. Oh, Midoriya. This voice. The owner of it is no one other than Satoru. His steps come to a halt. What are you doing here? Happy to see you too. Funny bumping into you at this hour. Satoru is wearing a black tracksuit, contrasting his hair color. He still uses that pitch-black sunglass, although the sun hasn't even come up yet. Yeah, you too. Then, take care, Satoru. Midoriya continues running, and Gojo follows. Satoru, aren't you supposed to go the other way? I was until I ran into you. He replies, a hint of mischievousness. Can I run along? He pouts. But I was running to meet someone. It's a private meeting, so Satoru you can't dash. He turns to Satoru, only to be met with his puppy eyes once again. You can't. It intensified. Can't. Midoriya can feel the ability to deny Satoru packing its bags and leaving his brain. Can't? Satoru repeats. He gives a sigh of absolute defeat. So, that's basically what happened. Midoriya explains. I see you got peer pressured. Toshinori replies, looking at Gojo who is standing on top of a refrigerator. Whoa, the view here is absolutely garbage. Gojo complains and proceeds to explain his pun, earning a groan from Midoriya. All Might did not know the boy could display such an emotion. I guess that's what your peers bring out from you. Gojo then hops down from the fridge and walks towards them. Anyways, can I train here with you two from now on? Gojo begs. It gets lonely doing training by myself. Won't touch any of this junk if that is crucial to his development. A new training partner for Midoriya? It isn't a bad thing. Young Midoriya will no doubt perform better if he has a friend to work with. He won't have to worry much about having to keep his identity a secret, since the kid knows already and he hasn't been exposed yet, meaning that All Might can trust him. Alright before Midoriya can finish his sentence, All Might cuts him off. Sure, but only if you agree to something, he says. Let's hear it then. You are to not speak of anything that happens at this beach. I hope you'll understand my request. I wasn't planning to say anything about this, but depending on how keen you are at keeping this a secret, it confirms my theory. Gojo points finger guns at All Might. You're making him your successor, aren't you? Why do you think that? What if I'm just training him and that's all there is to it? Between them, Midoriya is pulling a shocked face. It was enough of an answer for Gojo, he realizes. Sure, let's say for now that's all there is to it. Gojo stares at him, unimpressed. I hope you'll mentor him well. Of course. It is his duty after all. Alright, let's get back to training, young Mido dash. Suddenly, All Might came up with a brilliant idea. Want me to take part in Izuku's training too? All Might nods. Exactly. Are you okay with this, young Midoriya? I don't mind a training partner. You mentioned wanting to improve your physical strength, right, Satoru? Midoriya chimes in. I mean a free lesson, hooray. He raises his arms, pretending to be pleased. But won't that hinder Izuku's development? If disposing of these junks is part of his training, he would gain half of what he's supposed to. Gojo reasons. Nice observation. It is true, however, that is the part where you come in, young Gojo. Oh, Midoriya told me he saw you getting into a fight once, and if the moves he described are accurate, you two should become sparring partners. All Might proudly proposes. God damn it, he has to deny this. He's not here to become a hero. He hates loneliness and just wants someone there. I'm not dash. Sparring partners. I see. That is brilliant, All Might. If I spar with him, I could also get fighting experiences. It would also make up for the loss Satoru mentioned earlier. Midoriya eagerly explained. That's right, young Midoriya. So, they both turned to Gojo. What do you say, young man? Karma is really a beach. Midoriya is using his own tactics against him, pulling those puppy eyes. Oh, I see, that it's smart indeed. He smiles. Alright, you got yourself a deal. And so begins Gojo's 10 months of hell. 10 months left. The training was, in short, hellish. The two of them are following All Might's plan, called Pass the Test, American Dream, which is admittedly really stupid sounding, but Gojo keeps it to himself. All Gojo was doing is wake up, eat, train, study, part-time job, train, eat, sleep, rinse and repeat. Both of them has to push some tires, run a F-ton of laps. They had to push an abandoned car that stubbornly won't move, heck. They each have to give All Might a piggyback ride. The pile of trash seems to be never-ending no matter how hard they work. But this is just the beginning. He understands why Midoriya was as stiff as a log few days prior. He would be too if it weren't for his reversed cursed. He can't even use cursed energy to make things easier, because that would defeat the very purpose of training. It seems that he has taken his physical strength for granted in the home world. Gojo finds himself thankful for the fighting lessons they made him learn back in the Gojo clan. As harsh as they were, it molded him into who he is. Right now he is using it to spar with Midoriya. The drilled-in instincts are making up for his lack of strength. Midoriya charges at him, ping his right arm back and punches sloppily. Too obvious, Izuku. Gojo sidesteps, a leg out to trip him, making Midoriya faceplants into the sand. Gojo kneels down and smacks him playfully on the head. He hears a faint ow muffled up by the sand. Your fist shouldn't be curled up like that, Ino. You'll break your fingers. He points out. That's why it had hurt if I punch something. How should I do it instead? Midoriya turns over, his face still littered with sand. Like this, Gojo brings his hand up. Curl your fingers so that the tip of each finger touches its base. Clench it tightly into your palm. Midoriya follows his action. Up. Like that. Now get up, we gotta fix your horrible stance. Behind them, All Might makes a proud expression. 8 months left. Midoriya can notice a substantial improvement in his fighting skills and punching force. Izuku is much more light on his feet and his movements are not excessive anymore, they are fast and efficient. He could dodge hits and throws punches hard. This was all possible thanks to Satoru. But he still can't beat Satoru yet. They were sparring as usual. He strikes at Satoru but as expected, it was evaded with ease. Each and every move of Satoru was graceful and smooth. From evading to throwing punches, he always dodges with ease while his hands are still in his pockets. If Midoriya wants to land a hit, then he has to catch him by surprise. He gets into a defensive stance, waiting for Satoru to throw a punch. Satoru strikes him with his right arm. Midoriya waits for the hand to get a little closer. The world seemed to slow down at that moment. Now's my chance. Normally, he would move backward to dodge, but now Midoriya takes a stride forward, slightly tilting his body to the right to dodge. Left arm flies up, seizing Satoru's right forearm and holds him in place. He turns his hips and torso to throw a powerful right hook, aiming for Satoru's jaw. Finally, my first hit dash. Pow! Midoriya's fist was firmly caught in Satoru's left hand. It does not bulge in Satoru's grip. Nice one. Caught me off guard. Satoru is looking at him with a wide grin. However dash. Satoru releases his hold on Midoriya's fist, then swiftly grabs his forearm. His right arm turns in a counterclockwise motion, freeing itself of Midoriya's hold and swings it under his right arm, grabbing a fistful of Midoriya's sleeve. Satoru uses his right leg as an anchor to spin around. The left leg slides smoothly to the side, making an appealing crescent line in the sand. His back is now facing Midoriya. That isn't enough. It happened in a flash. One moment he was looking at Satoru's back, the next his world was turned upside down, and now Satoru is looking down at him. He was thrown over Satoru's shoulder. It knocked all the air out of his lungs. Midoriya turns over and starts coughing. It made Satoru a bit worried. Boyo, you alright? Was I too rough with that last move? Satoru. He manages to say, voice rasped from coughing. Are you dash? That was so cool. He his his head up to look at Gojo. That move you did to throw me on the ground, can you do it again? I want to learn it. Gojo stares at him, a little speechless. He then breaks into laughter. Why are you laughing? I'm serious. No, nothing. Satoru covers his mouth. Alright Boyo, get up, I'll teach you the ways. Okay. He hurries up to his feet. Alright, watch closely. 3 months left. All Might finds himself standing at the seashore with Gojo, watching Midoriya swim. He is playing around with his quirk. Apparently this skill is called Red. Gojo manifests small spheres of it and shoots it to the sea. The explosion splashes water at the two of them, but his quirk stops it from reaching a hair on their heads. All Might still doesn't know how it functions, but a small red ball the size of a pea created such big explosions was impressive in itself. Is that all you can do with your quirk? All Might asks him. Nah, I'm just playing around. He shoots another one into the sea. All Might hums. How does it explode like that? In simple terms, it repels. I take it as fact that you can release one that attracts? Duh? I'm the best, aren't I? Will you show me your strongest skill? Sorry. You need mentorship level 20 with me to know more. We're at 7 for your information. Satoru makes an X with his arms. This kid. Is the boy seriously ranking their relationship through gaming metaphors? Young Gojo, I never asked but. He turns to Gojo. Why did you want to train with us? To increase my strength? Gojo looks back at him, confused. Just that. Just that. Have you thought about your future school yet? That I have yet to decide, unfortunately. Then, how about going to UA? This question made Gojo pause. Midoriya asked me this 7 months ago, he chuckles. I'm still hesitant. Are you perhaps not confident in your own skills? That's odd, UA would be in everyone's #1 choice for a high school. But this kid, despite his powers, is not thinking of going. No, I am strong, stronger than you even. He says, a hint of amusement in his voice, though All Might doubts that he is stronger. It's the Hero Commission that I have doubts with? The Hero Commission? Aren't you the #1 hero? Tell me, what are they like? Depending on his answer, All Might would succeed in bringing a new powerful hero into the world, or the world itself will suffer a terrible loss. To date, he hasn't felt this much pressure in answering a simple question. What All Might assumes this boy take issue with is not the commission being stingy with their money or favoritism, but the control they may try to impose on him, or issuing immoral missions. All Might hope he is correct in this assumption. I can't lie and say that corruption wasn't precedent in the commission. Thanks to the old head, our history was stained. All Might admits. However, I ask you to lay your trust in the new head, as she had been one to destroy that very corruption and brought new light to the organization. All Might looks at the boy. He wonders what expression the boy is making underneath those pitch-black glasses. So I beg of you to go to UA. Your ability is something we cannot afford to lose. All Might bows down. Satoru makes some troubled noises at the sight of this. Am I that worthy of respect to make you do this? I mean, of course I am, but... All Might cannot make out the last part. Gojo mumbled. I am not even your successor, now stop bowing to me. He's not my dash. Yeah, as if a #1 hero would give free lessons to a random kid. And about your offer, since you so dearly begged me to, I'll give it a second thought. Alright, each of you take one from these papers. Gojo's homeroom teacher says. This is a future career form. He holds one of the papers up. I assume you all want to become heroes, but you still have to fill them out. Earning a collective groan from the class. Hey Gojo. He turns to his former bullies. Heard you barked, redhead. I hope you're not dreaming of going to UA or any other hero schools. The other two laughs at him. I wish the same to you, dear classmate. He smirks, feeling the mischievousness taking over. After all, you won't be able to get into the worst one if you do apply. He sticks out his tongue. You're quirkless but ice 1-2 talk dash. Gojo dodges an eraser thrown at him. See? Your aim is sheet. I bet you can't even throw a pu dash. Smith. Both him and that redhead gets thwacked on the head. Gojo, Kusakabe, get to writing. Mind your languages also. His teacher says. Yes. Gojo focuses on his own paper. This may be as easy as breathing to everyone else, but it is rather tough for him. Should he become a hero? Or should he just go to a normal school, move up to get college degrees, get a normal job, become an average worker in a world full of strange powers like Ijichi? He could become a taxi driver like the man. Normal school it is. Jujitsu sorcerers are sheet. Work is sheet. Nanami proclaims, crossing his arms. If both are sheet, I'll take the one I'm more suited to. That's the reason I came back. That's dark. Yuji says. Right? I wonder how they're doing back there. He smiles at the memories of everyone. Finally, charcoal meets paper. So, why am I here? Gojo looks around in the teacher's office. To talk about your career. His teacher raises up his career page. You're seriously going to UA? Yep. Is there any problem? He pulls an innocent face. The teacher was silent, then takes his glasses off and sighs. Gojo, I need you to be realistic about this. You are academically gifted but quirkless. You may pass the written test, however, you will fail UA's practical test. He sets the paper down, then turns to Gojo. You have a chance, a much higher chance at enrolling into a normal school with top-notch education. Why would you give that up to do something you know would fail? I'm getting you a new form. Rethink about your decisions, Gojo. His teacher opens the drawer and hands him a new one. Gojo just stares at it. What's wrong? A new form won't be necessary, teacher. You won't change your choice? He asks, a little surprised. Who knows? I might be a late bloomer. Maybe my quirk will magically manifest at 15. Life is full of surprises. He smiles. It won't hurt to try. The teacher laughs at the sheer absurdity of his reasoning. Fine, do as you like. 2.5 months left. So, you chose your career today? All Might asks. Midoriya stands next to him. They both have a nervous expression. Yup. He replies. Finally decided what to do. Your future job is? The other two gulps. Hero, I'm going to take A's test. He drops the bomb. Both of their expressions slowly went from nervousness to realization and finally to absolute happiness. Hooray! Midoriya jumps to hug him. Nice choice, young man. All Might turns into his buffed state, then makes a thumbs up sign. The world needs someone like you. They cheered enthusiastically, both of them hugging him so tightly that he finds it hard to breathe. All right, that's enough. I can't breathe, you macho man. He pushes them away. Macho man? It was like a needle to him as he got deflated right away. Ahem, pardon me. But I'm still very glad you decided to choose you, young Gojo. Me too. I hope I'll be able to study with you. Yes, the same to you. But I hope you know that's only possible if you keep training. Right? Midoriya sulks. I'll teach ya a cool move today. Cheer up, boyo. Gojo adds. Really? Like he guessed, Midoriya beamed immediately. Okay, let's get to training. 3 hours. 16. All Might gets out of his truck. He lets out a sigh, warm breath turned into steam in the cold morning. At a distance, he hears a loud and intense yell. It was from Midoriya. The kid is standing on a tall pile of trash, screaming his lungs out. Not a speck of trash is left on the beach. No way. He went beyond limit. Midoriya sways. All Might swiftly catches the falling boy. Well done. All Might. I did it, so. We did it, he says between tired breaths. Astounding. You're a real entertainer and a teen no less. All Might takes out his phone. Here, take a look. What's this? It's a picture of you, 10 months ago. The picture showed a 10 months younger Midoriya, who is on the ground all frail and weak, bawling his eyes out. But now, Midoriya has well-defined muscles and is much stronger. This was all thanks to his hard work and a strong will to never give up. Seeing the results, Midoriya starts crying. Feels like I cheated though. He brings up a hand to wipe his tear. Getting all this help from you and Satoru. I've been blessed. You gotta stop being a crybaby. Anyways, time for the reward ceremony. You know, there's a big difference between being born with that silver spoon and working your butt off to earn it. All Might plucks out a hair from his head. The gold strand shines in the sunlight. Take this to heart, kid. You've earned this power fair and square. Midoriya clenches his fist. How would All Might give Midoriya his powers? Will he conjure up a white sphere of power and Midoriya absorbs it? He comes up with many scenarios on how he would gain it, but eat this. Midoriya looks at a strand of hair in All Might's hand, then looks at him, then looks at the hair. Huh. It really doesn't matter what you eat as long as you got my DNA. Now hurry. The young and naive Midoriya from 10 months ago would never expect this. His childhood hero, his idol, his mentor, is shoving a hair down his throat. Midoriya swallows a few times to get rid of that weird feeling, pulling a face. This is not exactly how I expected this process to go dash. So that's how it works. A third voice chimes in. Both of them snap their head towards the voice. Satoru. He acts as though he's been caught doing something illegal and covers his mouth. Why are you here? All Might panics. First of all, rude. Second of all, happy to see you too. He pulls up peace signs. Happy to see you too. Midoriya replies. A beat passes. So, are we going to talk about what I? Young Gojo, in short, you weren't supposed to see that. You two were having your moment, all screaming and crying. I didn't know when to step in and ask if it was okay to even see it. Gojo defends himself, crossing his arms. You told us yesterday you weren't coming to the beach. Well then, Macho Man. I got the dates mixed up. I was supposed to do a morning shift the day after today, not today. The handsome and kind decided to go see you two before the test. Gojo brings up a hand and knocks lightly on his head. Ha, silly me dash. Don't you have a phone? All Might asks, coughing up some blood with it. No. 2 lollipops was all I could afford after paying the rents and other expenditures. Phones are expensive. Have you seen the price? He passionately complains. I guess a big shot like you with money in all corners of your house wouldn't know dash. During the past 10 months, Gojo has succeeded in annoying the heck out of All Might, considered an impossible feat by many. He would tease the man every sliver of chance he gets. You have got to train more diligently, young Gojo. Take Midoriya as an example. You can't have this lazy attitude if you want to get better. 1 month into their training, All Might advises Gojo, who was sometimes missing training sessions and complains at every chance he gets. You have all the talent, if only you'd put your mind to whatever dash. It's not that I am lazy, I'm doing this for the sake of the future generation. Satoru says while reading a thrown-away sweets magazine. Oh wow, they have matcha mochi dash. What? Ow. What was that FO dash? You are the generation. You even agreed to this. Now get back into lifting those tires. Man, that hurts. This is unfair. Why does your deflated state has that much force? Satoru bravely retorts, his hand covering the injured head. You don't talk to me with that mouth, young man. Get back here dash. I'll see if you and your 1 hour can catch me. They proceeded to play catch. It was the first time Midoriya saw veins popping up on All Might's forehead, and was actually the first of many he'd come to witness. It is exactly why they're talking to each other as if they're friends bickering, not mentor and student. They would get serious if Satoru wants to discuss about improving certain parts of Midoriya's training, how to help him understand certain things more etc. Yet when it comes to his own development, Satoru becomes extremely rebellious and prefers doing things his own way. Guys. You're getting sidetracked. Midoriya raises his hand. You're right. All Might turns back to Satoru. Young man, you must not breathe a word of whatever you just saw to anyone. We can't tell you about it either. Geez, you're keeping me out of the loop? Come on to tell me. I want the gossip too. Satoru whines. Absolutely not. You need studentship level 20, you're at 4 in my rankings. They're using gaming metaphors now. Just how much did Satoru affect All Might? Usually, the teacher influences their student, not the other way around. But Satoru manages to do just that. Why are you suddenly acting like I'm some sort of outsider who happened to eavesdrop, instead of someone who spent 10 months with you? I helped a lot. You know. Satoru is sulking, his head lowered to the ground. Oh no, is he genuinely upset? It seems like All Might noticed too. I'm sorry, young man. But the fewer the people know, the better. All Might, I think it's all right if we tell him. Midoriya, you don't dash. No, I do. Midoriya looks at All Might determinedly. It would put a target on my back if villains were to caught wind of this, of me being your successor. However, Gojo has contributed an immeasurable amount of time and effort into training me, giving me essential tips and lessons. So, please, he deserves to know. All Might, who now has nothing to say, stares at them. He sighs. All right. They tell him everything. About the true nature of All Might's quirk. One for all, amazing, Faru says. So it was passed down from generation to generation, creating a crystalline network of power. He wraps a hand around All Might's shoulder. So you and your predecessors have been hiding this from the world. Get your hands off me, problem child. Yes. All right. Now that we told you the information, what will you do with it? I don't know, but to think that you trust me enough to let me in the loop? He gives a small smile. It was a short and fleeting smile that soon got replaced by a grin later. But that was enough to tell Midoriya and All Might that Satoru, who has always closed himself off, is giving them a piece of his heart. I'll keep it a secret. Trust me. Will you? All Might jokingly asks. You're right. I guess words aren't enough to ensure you I won't snitch, are they? He puts a hand on his chin. Then, how about this? I tell you a little secret of mine. He gives an excited smile. It's not really necessary, but we accept anything at this point. Both All Might and Midoriya expects him to give some unserious information, like, I'm actually an alien. Because Satoru was especially stingy about sharing his personal information and quirk abilities. All that they know he could do is a cool red ball that repels, an unnamed skill that does the opposite to red, and an impenetrable wall, teleportation also. Well, I guess if you put it in this world's term, I have 4 quirks. He smiles. The mumbled first part was unintelligible to Midoriya and All Might, but the latter gave them a huge shock. 4. They both exclaim. The sudden info dump was too much for them to keep a composure. 4. Satoru puts up 3 fingers. FOUR. How do you have 4? It was on sale, 50% off. May I know what are they? All Might excitedly asks. This is one of the rare occasions where Satoru explains about his quirk. It is scarce, so when it actually happens, they are both focused and give him full attention. Nope. I'll give you information adequate to the amount that you gave me. He WHPS out 4 slips of paper. We'll do this. Where did he get that? Satoru starts writing on it, looking over his shoulder as if All Might and Midoriya are trying to peek. No one's looking, you know. You can never be too cautious. He grins, all right, done. 1 slip contains the name of each quirk. You must pick only one. Cool idea, I know. He puts on a proud face. They give him an unimpressed look. Come on. He waves the 3 papers around. This is your only chance to get to know more about your favorite student and friend, Gojo Satoru. Midoriya, you do the honor. All Might points at him. Yes, sir. This is extremely nerve-wracking. He is overwhelmed by the huge amount of 4 whole choices. What if he picks Limitless? They already know ABO. Izuku, you know about Limitless, however you don't grasp the full concept of it, Satoru giggles fondly. You are going to learn something regardless of what you pick. So, don't stress it too much. All right. Thanks, Med his mumbling habit. Then I'll be choosing now. He reaches out to the paper slips, hand a bit unstable. He and All Might is both holding their breath. He takes the second slip from the... What is it? All Might looks over his shoulder. The anticipation is building up. RCD? What's that? They both look back at Satoru. Oh, nice pick. He claps his hand. RCT stands for Reverse Curse Technique, Satoru explains. Reverse Curse Technique, what an odd name. Satoru has a weird taste for naming his skills. Will you show us how it works? Midoriya asks. Oh, all right, he chuckles. Satoru rolls up his right sleeve to the elbow, showing a well-built arm with veins on the back of his hand. What is he planning to do? Midoriya is curious. Satoru extends his arm, he brings up his left hand and snaps. As soon as the snap went audible, Satoru's arm is immediately littered with huge, sharp cuts. Like a ferocious animal had gnawed at it, but had blades for fangs. Drip. The first drop of blood hits the sand. A stream of blood soon followed, staining it red. Satoru? Your arm? What dash? Satoru's arm, which was spotless 1 second ago, is now bleeding uncontrollably. Are we under attack? He was just fine a moment ago. Midoriya WHPS around to search for something, anyone, but it was just the 3 of them on the beach. All Might hurriedly transform and reaches a hand out. Young man, we should get you first aid. Come why dash? A hand stops him. Nope. It's fine. No help needed. Despite his bleeding arm, Satoru calmly reassures them. How can you say that when your arm is like that? Aren't you in a lot of pain? It's actually not that bad compared to being estish. Satoru's hand flies up to cover his mouth, preventing him from saying anything further. What? You've experienced worse? Why dash? Young Gojo wa dash. Anyways, didn't you ask me to show you how it works? He changes the topic swiftly, expression eerily calm. Yes, but I didn't know that you would somehow get hurt. Thank you for worrying about me. He gives a shy smile, left hand behind neck. Stop downplaying your wound. I'm not. Also, that is not what you two should be focusing on. He redirects them to his bloody arm. Don't blink, you'll miss it. Satoru redirects them back to his arm. What happens next was sure to be etched in their minds. The gashes on Satoru's arm are rapidly closing up, leaving only the blood. What? They were both thinking the same thing. What is going on? Satoru waves his hand, the blood gets essayed up from his arm and the sand, turning into a small crimson ball. How did you dash? Ha, I knew you asked that. Satoru plays around with the ball. Reversed curse technique is a quirk that I use to heal myself. Any more explanation to how it works is unnecessary. A healing quirk? This is groundbreaking. He doesn't need to be healed and will always have the upper hand in battle. He can tell that Satoru is a force to be reckoned with. Amazing. Can you also heal others? Nope. Satoru pops the pea, shooting the crimson ball into the sea. Only myself, though some heavy injuries might leave scars. Scars? Then, how did you get that scar on your throat, Gojo? Hearing All Might's question, he goes uncharacteristically still, a hand coming up to touch his scar. We used to have a very dash. You told me that, Sato? Midoriya points out, to date, Satoru still hasn't said a word about his scar. Occasionally asked, he would give outrageous reasons. Midoriya had given up on trying to find out, but at least he knows that the scar is probably the result of his quirk. If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to say it. Oh, all right. Satoru, earlier, did you damage your own arm? Yeah. Couldn't have shown how it works without doing that. A little bit of space distortion, some air slashes and wasm. He waves his arm around. That's terrifyingly deadly. You can avoid hand-to-hand combat. You'll be unstoppable in battle, but don't do that again. Do. What? He asks back, an eyebrow raised behind those pitch-black sunglasses. Hurting yourself? Midoriya is right, young Gojo. Please don't do that again. I'm sure there were other ways you could show us your technique. There isn't, though? Satoru huffs. Anyways, you told me about one for all. I told you I have 4 quirks. You told me about one of its ability. I told you about one of my own. I saw you use the quirk. You'd seen me use mine. We both don't want the public to know about this. The sun is now rising from the distant sea. Satoru's hair is flowing gently in the wind. His figure is highlighted by the gentle ray of sunlight. The information we exchange today can be used to cause irreparable damage to one another. Satoru gives a gentle smile. I have given you my trust, and in turn, I hope you do the same. We got it. All Might slaps Satoru's back. Just warn us next time you do something like this. You scared the life out of us. I'll keep that in mind. He rubs his back, letting out a little ow. By the way, what's the time? Satoru asks. Midoriya takes out his phone. 8:46 a.m. Midoriya blinks. There's 14 minutes left. We're late dash. A minute. All Might curses. I totally forgot about it. How about I drive you two there? I still need to change clothes. All Might ack. And my tracksuit for the practical test dash. Driving to Midoriya's house and then to you today sounds like it'll take more than 14 minutes. Then, how about this? Satoru chimes in. Midoriya. One hand on my shoulder, please. His hand is already intertwined together. Okay. He places a hand on Satoru's shoulder. We'll warp there. See you soon, All Might. Break a leg. I wish you two the best. All Might waves at them. Thank you all whoosh. All Might stares at the empty spot, closing his eyes. Please give it your best. They warp in front of the school. We made it in time. Midoriya, who has now changed into his school uniform, is standing in front of you at A with Gojo. Gojo pats him on the back. It's huge. Wanna guess how much cash they poured into this? Gojo proposes, and was met with a hard no. The school looks prestigious, like how you would expect a school that specializes on heroic education would look like. It had no hint of the traditional style that Gojo was more used to. It had no hint of home, but home is far and distant. Why is it built like an H though? I think the middle part is kinda unnecessary. Midoriya looks at the building, then back at Gojo. It's not cool to assume things before you know the functions, Satu? Oh, whatever, you fanboy. Anyways, what test are we taking this morning? Did you come here without knowing? Midoriya asks, a bit dumbfounded. But, whatever you. We're taking the practical part this morning, and the written part on the evening. The written part is at 3 p.m., don't miss it. Oh, it's alright, I get it. Thanks. He lets out a sigh and looks up to the sky. Sometimes I wished I was as relaxed as you. But, what's on your mind? I can't say it out loud, but he moves closer to him, so Gojo crouches down on Midoriya's level with both hands on his knee. I had no time to test out the power that All Might had given me, you know, the hair? He makes a motion on top of his head, mimicking All Might's distinct tufts. I did eat it, but I wonder if it even did something. Gojo looks at Midoriya. Golden energy starts to emit from the kid's core. All Might's powers are definitely transferring to Midoriya. Nah, it's working. Trust me. Gojo whispers back. Did he at least tell you how to activate it? Oh yeah, he told me to clench my A-. Move aside. Their conversation was cut short by a yell, belonging to someone they both know very well. Oh, Kaken. Midoriya greets him. Gojo stands at his side and watches. Get out of my way or you're dead, you move too white hair. Morning. Let's both do dash. Before Midoriya could finish his sentence, Bakugo had already walked past him with a whoosh. Our best. Geez, always that temper. Gojo sticks out a tongue. Midoriya looks at the figure walking away, and gives a sigh. Compared to 10 months prior, Gojo notices that the boy is now more confident in talking with Bakugo, able to hold conversations without stuttering or making a scared face. What a nice development, I must have influenced him. I don't know what you're thinking, but you're making that it's all thanks to me face. You must be imagining it. He gaslights Midoriya. Why would I do that? Surrounding them, he can hear whispers about the sludge villain incident, mainly talking about Bakugo. Gojo is somewhat glad there's no mention of him or Midoriya. He pretends to make a pouting face. A hand moves up and ruffles Midoriya's fluffy green hair, making the short boy bend down from the sudden pressure. How come he gets a bless of good luck while I don't? What if I need it? It made the boy laugh. He swats Gojo's hand away. I doubt you need any. But still, I wish you the best of luck. Straight back at you. Let's get going, shall we? He gestures his hand to the entrance. All right, dash. Midoriya walks in an unnaturally wobbly way, and naturally trips. Oh dash, Gojo was about to reach out to the boy. His speed is sufficient enough, but... Midoriya stops mid-air, seeming to defy all laws of gravity for a short moment. Are you okay? A girl's voice sounds out. Dash. He starts flailing mid-air while holding the backpack straps, making the situation seem somewhat comical. Gojo takes in the girl's appearance. She has auburn hair paired with big brown eyes, a blush on her cheeks made noticeable by her fair skin. The most distinctive thing was the two long strands complementing her face. Her hand has odd pads on the fingertips, paired with some energy Gojo can perceive. A touch-activated quirk? He finds himself wondering. The nice girl repositions him so that he could stand upright again, then she puts all 10 of her fingers together. Midoriya stops floating and was grounded after that. Oh, interesting. A quirk that involves gravity? Seeing quirks in action are still quite fascinating to Gojo. Compared to jujitsu techniques, this is straightforward, less complex and easier to understand. Good for them, good for this world. Seeing the bewilderment on Midoriya's face, she gives him a gentle smile. It's my quirk, sorry for stopping you, but it's a bad omen to trip and fall. This sure is nerve-wracking. She continues. Gojo is trying his best to not laugh. The kid was as stiff as a statue, fumbling over his words because a girl had helped him and made some small talk. Has he seriously never talked to a girl before? He feels his mask cracking. Good luck to both of us. She gives him a wave then walks away. Midoriya stood still for 5 seconds. I talked to a girl? A gleaming look is plastered on his face. Oh no, Gojo can feel it slipping. Dash. Hey, don't laugh at him, dash. They soon got settled with their seats. There is a cluster of energy in the room filled with people. Even when he has the glasses, it still overwhelms him greatly. Midoriya seems to have noticed this pattern. Satoru? He taps Gojo's shoulder. And he hummed. Are you alright? You always wear that expression whenever we go into crowded places. He points out, a hint of worry in his voice. Such a sweet kid. What expression? He turns to Midoriya, an eyebrow raised. It is only natural that Midoriya noticed, as the kid is quite perceptive. A frown. You also slouch and put your hands in your pockets? Gojo puffs out a laugh. No, he shouldn't make the kid worry. They both have an important test coming up after all. Gojo will have to ignore the mini-sensory overload for now. Toughen up. The strongest should not make people worry. Stop it. Gojo shakes his head, getting rid of that thought. He is no longer considered the strongest. Gojo had rid himself of that mindset when he came to this world. Right now, he's Satoru, a normal student with a quirk, taking the test like everyone else. He is normal. Nope, I'm fine. Shall we list all of the things people like about me? I'll go first dash. Midoriya groans, no dash. Their game was cut short by a man walking to the stage. All noises died down as soon as the light focused on the new arrival. On the stage stands a peculiar-looking man, with long yellow hair standing up, looking like a banana to Gojo. That must have taken so much hairsprayer. I bet he's a VIP at Walmart. He whispers. Midoriya smacks his arm. Shut up, dash. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey. Hey! Gojo yells out with both his hands in the air. Multiple heads turn to him, looking at him like he is some weird outcast. What? Gojo raises an eyebrow. Satoru dash. Ha! I like you, white-haired boy. The banana man points at him and says, or rather, shouts. A lot of energy is surrounding his neck area, along with the unnaturally loud voice. This man must have an voice amplification quirk. He doesn't have to guess anymore because besides him, Midoriya is fanboying about the banana man, confirming his theories unintentionally. Well then, my examinee listeners. I'm here to present the guidelines to your practical. Are you ready? He asks the question, and proceeds to yell out, on the stage. It was met with silence. PFE dash. Satoru, hold in your laughter. My bad, it's just. Ha. Gojo covers his mouth, but some giggles still got out. The banana man, now present mic according to Midoriya, is now explaining the test. The test is called Mock Cityscape Maneuvers, lasting for 10 minutes. Kids from the same middle school can't help each other out. They are assigned to different locations. Each site is filled with 3 kinds of faux villains. Points are awarded for defeating each according to their respective difficulty levels. Playing anti-hero and attacking other examinees is prohibited. The mechanics are quite simple, but Gojo finds the third point quite funny. Did they add it because it did happen? Why are you asking me? Midoriya asks back. Well dash. A hand raises amidst the crowd. May I ask a question? Shoot. Examinee 7111. There appears to be no fewer than 4 varieties of faux villains on this handout. The glass kid raises the paper up, pointing to the 4th faux villain. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming for UA, Japan's top academy. We're all here today in hopes of being molded into model heroes. Gojo leans on his hand. Whoa, such a disciplined attitude. Bet ya this guy must have never stayed up past 8? Satoru dash. And 2 of you. Examinee 7111 turns back and points at their spot. You us? Midoriya points at himself and Gojo. No, I think he meant the guys behind. You two have been whispering this whole time. It's distracting. The kid glares daggers at Gojo. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately. Sorry. Well, it is a game, to me. Gojo says blandly. These villains. He mimics air quotations, then brings a hand to his neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. They're weak. A few gasps and shocked noises spread throughout the place. Oh, stop with your arrogance. A new voice pops in. It sounds extremely familiar. Hey, it's Crimson's spiky head. Remember that guy? Gojo says. Midoriya just stares at him helplessly, an "are you for real right now" look on his face. You're just all talk and no game. You won't be to scratch the villain, let alone destroy it, Gojo. That statement somehow got to him. Gojo surprisingly got annoyed. He usually maintains a calm demeanor, never close to being offended by such remarks. He believes and knows that he's the strongest and their insults won't change that. But the sensory overload seems to have clouded his thinking by a tad. He feels that mindset taking over. Since you so strongly believe that, I will let you all know now. Stop it. Not a single point. I won't let anyone in my test location get a single. Put. Gojo declares, ending it with a grin. 1 beat. 2 beat. 3 beat. Ha 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 dash. The whole hall bursts into laughter. How will he get all the points? That's not possible, you idiot. Not even the greatest heroes to have ever existed succeeded. Keep running your mouth, dumb. You're bound to fail. He huffs satisfactorily, leaning back at his chair with his arms crossed. Satoru, are you serious? You'll destroy them all? Midoriya looks at him with profound bewilderment. I somehow find that hard to believe. Not because I doubt your ability, but even one of the strongest has never done that. He says, amidst the loud laughter. Gotta do what I promised. It would be embarrassing if I don't. You're always like that, full of surprises. Please just do your best and don't feel pressured by what you said. Midoriya laughs. You should stop being so cocky though. What Ash? All right, calm down everyone. Quite the talker, aren't you, Examinee 2412? Present Mike calms the room down. Examinee 7111, nice catch. The fourth foe villains gets you 0 points, he's more of an obstacle. Only one at each site. Gimmick that rampage around in close quarters. So they usually avoid it. He raises his hand. I have a question to ask. All right, shoot it. Oh, what now? Some dumb question, I bet. He ignores the whispers. They're not worth his time. It says here that collateral damage will result in point deduction. Pointing to his papers. Does the amount of points reduced correlate with how bad the destruction of the surroundings are? If so, can you give me the exact points? He figures why the school doesn't go into detail about this on the paper. Usually, newcomers don't have that much firepower to damage their surroundings, let alone level a building, but since Gojo declared that all points are his, he has got to know how to achieve that goal to come first in the rankings. Stop it. This is the first time anyone had asked that question. Very well, I will answer you. Present Mike gives him a thumbs up. -5 points if a lot of minor damages happen, for example, breaking windows, damaging the buildings. Keyword, a lot. -15 points if complete destruction happens, for example, leveling a building. Interesting, you can damage the surroundings but not too much. Collateral damage is unavoidable in a fierce battle. However, we must learn how to reduce it as much as possible. I take it that there is no more inquiries? Yes. Then that's all from me. I'll leave our listeners with the school's motto. The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Plus ultra. To cite for Gojo wasn't actually serious about hoarding all the points, though tempting, he wants to leave the chance for other students. It was just something said in the spur of the moment, courtesy to his sensory overload. Isn't that him? What was the name? Someone whispers. Yeah, Gojo. Isn't he quite the talker? I bet he's weak but is all talk and no game. Don't worry about him, the one that talks the most usually has the worst downfall. You're right, it's going to be great seeing his face once he gets no points. Why would he do that to himself? He has no self-respect. All of the contestants are talking about him. He feels the piercing stares on his back and their condescending glee. So that's how it's going to be. Yes. Keep talking sheet. The less guilty I will feel about stealing all your points, not that I will ever. Gojo is standing in front of the gate, his back facing the examinees, hands tucked in the pocket of his black tracksuit. Now that the amount of energy has become sparse on the field, he is much more relaxed now. Gojo senses exactly 100 foes. 61 pointer, 25 2-pointer, and 15 3-pointers, and one big guy, presumably the fourth villain hidden within the towers. Adding it together, he would have A hand taps on his shoulder, interrupting his train of thoughts. He turns to see a girl with salmon pink hair styled into dreadlocks. She has cool yellow eyes with cross-sign irises. What is she doing? She's out of her mind. Forget it, Minetta. A boy shushes the weird short kid with purple ball for hair. Some noises protest this girl talking to him. Oya oya? Hello there. He gives friendly smile. How can I help you? May Hatsum. She extends her hand and he shakes it. Heard you declare that no one's getting points here. I'm not going to lie, I kinda want to see that. Po? Even though you'll get none. That's totally fine. I'm not aiming to be a hero. Look at these babies I made. Hudash. She turns around and shows him her cool backpack. It seems to have hidden mechanics. I'm planning to be in the support department, you know? Where they make equipment for people that needs it. I see. Noble goal, Hatsum. Gojo Satoru, by the way. I wish you the best of luck. May I also ask why you approached me? She gives a hearty laugh, slapping his back. I just didn't want you to stand there, you seemed lonely. From that moment, he knew that he had found a new friend. Your dash. And begin. What's wrong? The test started. Run. 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 From the second the announcer said begin, he teleports. His first target, the one-pointer, is alone in an alleyway. Gojo appears in front of it, peeps back his hand and boom. Satoru made short work out of the villain. It wasn't any normal punch, rather, it was enhanced by cursed energy. His fist is scratched, but reversed cursed has got his back. He turns to an alleyway, several more are starting to come after him. 3 point on the left, 2 point on the right. All three types of the villains are equivalent to grade 3, or grade 2 if he's stretching it. Gojo dashes towards the 3 point, tapping his hand on its head. Curse technique lapse, blue. The head of the robot got compressed tightly into a ball, neutralizing it. He brings a hand up with 2 fingers, blocking the other robot's arm which swung at him. He extends his control on the spatial forces surrounding the robot's head and twists the area, pulling off its head. It seems like he won't need much effort to defeat them after all. Stop it. The rampage begins. What happened to them dash? Panic is rising amongst the examinees in test site. If they were all having the same thought. What is going on? Approximately 8 minutes have passed, and none of them have gotten a single point. Everywhere they run to, every corner they turn, whether it be 1-pointers, 2, 3, they've all been destroyed mercilessly, only leaving the legs and head. It seems to have been taken out by a destructive blow. The robotic parts are scattered across the field, smoke rising out of the body. Some villains were compressed, tightly, like a giant had squeezed it. Some were weirdly contorted, leaving a grim-looking corpse on the streets. The surroundings doesn't even have a scratch even though some robots looked like it has been hit by an explosive. Not even a trace of ash can be found on the ground. This doesn't make sense. How is any of this possible? Just who? No FING way? Is this the handiwork of that white-haired being? Oh my gosh. A 3 point. Look over there, guys. Someone shouted. All of them twist their head around, searching for the villain, their only ray of hope of ever getting into you. And there was indeed a 3 point villain. The examinees starts chasing the villain, relief spread across their face. They must get it no matter the cost. You're mine. Just as someone was about to land a hit on the villain, a figure appeared on top of the robot. 97. He spins midair, a leg curled up preparing for a kick. Some strange red light appeared below the guy, morphing into a small crimson ball. He strikes the ball, shooting it onto the poor robot. Kaboom! The impact generated harsh winds, leaving the examinees with no choice but to cover their faces. As the wind dies down, they open their eye to see who it was. Why you? One girl points at him. Me. He points at himself. Why are you doing this? To get into U.A? Isn't that the point? Gojo asks them back, giving them a confused as if they're the crazy ones. Act, this is unfair, one boy shouts out. We worked so hard for this very day. You just had to ruin it. All's fair in love and war. He cackles. Besides, can't you guys get rescue points? Oh, You can't if there's nothing to protect anyone from. On top of the pile, he laughs at them. You dash, a boy with knives for fingers yelled out, walking towards him. I had enough of you. Oh, how scary. He smiles, then his expression turns serious. Go on, stab me. I can handle a stabbing, but can you handle being removed from the test? That seems to make the boy halt. I will dash. Rumble. A rumbling sound interrupts his conversation, or reign of terror, muha as he's like to call it. Thump. The ground shakes. Thump. Rumbling sounds spread across the earth with every thump. This is no doubt the fourth faux villain. One girl cries out. Damn it, run. Gojo watches their figures running away. Ah man. He looks at the empty field. They're all gone. I even went through the effort of bringing the 3-point. Gojo has no time to sulk. The villain had already reached his location. It tears apart the building, hurling debris everywhere. A big chunk of concrete flies towards him. Gojo! May! What air dash? Gojo gets tackled. They both tumble down the robot pile. He wraps a hand around her head lest she gets injured. The stone breaking into bits as it impacts the ground where he were standing. So heroic. He looks up at Hatsum from the ground. Are you sure you're satisfied with only making equipments? You joke at any time, boy. Come on, get up, we gotta run dash. He takes the hand extended towards him. I knew we'd get on well, May. What say we become best friends? Stop fooling around and dash. He pulls her close and whispers. Leave the big guy to me. See that alleyway? She nods. Great, run straight, then turn left. 2 are waiting for you, a 2-point and a 3-point. Oh, I thought you were hoarding the points. She looks at him, amused. See it as a gift of friendship and a thank you, May. A piece of debris flies towards them. Gojo dash. I got it. He extends a hand, the debris stops mid-air and shatters violently into small pieces. Get going, May. All right. You stay safe, Gojo. With her away and safe, he feels her presence moving to the place he directed. Then turns his attention to the huge villain in front. A wide grin plastered on his face. Shall I deal with you now? Stop it. He takes off his glasses and puts it in his pocket. The villain seems to have noticed him. It brings up its leg ready to squish him flat. Shall I test it out? For the first time since he's came to this world, he finally has the chance to unleash it. He brings 2 hands up, intertwining it. The left hand has its fingers straightened. Cursed technique amplification, blue. Cursed technique reversal, red. He feels them colliding with each other, creating a shade of purple. This size will do. The sphere was much smaller than the one he launched back then at Hanami, only a head higher than him. Gojo extends his hand towards it, the foot descends upon him. Hollow purple. Something cracks. As soon as the sphere makes contact with the leg, it mercilessly eviscerates the robotic parts, pulling it apart while also violently repelling it. Multiple explosions happens internally with the robot, but the orange was drowned but the violet hue, not a single ray of orange gets out. Deafening sounds are created and produces violent wind, blowing away dusts and debris. Violet light parades all corners of the city, leaving an everlasting impression on those who had witness. I shot it at the sky with this and along with my care to the surroundings. Stop it. There will be absolutely no collateral damages. So, I'll be getting the most points and be at the T-dash. Stop it. Gojo snaps awake. Shoko opens the door. Why are you here? At this late hour too? She asks Saru, who is standing in the doorway. Your sleep schedule is all messed up, Yeri. I could come at any time and you'd somehow be awake. Don't insult my sleep schedule, I'm working hard while you're getting your beauty sleep. She jabs back. Why are you here? Satoru. I wanted to look. Well, ain't that rare? Shoko gives a sigh. Come in. He is sitting on a stool she gave him. Satoru is in his casual look, rounded edge rectangular glasses covers his eye. So, she takes a sip of her coffee. What is it that you want to talk about? I've been thinking about what Suguru said. Geto Suguru, a name that brings back memories, he was their mutual best friend, and one who betrayed the jujitsu world 3 years ago. And he said? Something like, Are you the strongest because you are Gojo Satoru, or are you Gojo Satoru because you're the strongest? Satoru repeats those words. Asked that before he left. Shoko, like my powers, I'm happy to have been born with immense strength. I enjoy being the strongest. But Satoru lowers his head, looking at the ground. I don't want people to see me as just that. Shoko looks at him. I want them to see that, you know. I'm much more than that, than being the strongest. I'm just not a surefire weapon, or he who saves the day. But also someone who could, I don't know. Satoru closes his eye, a hand up, pushing away the glass to rub his eyes. I feel so DMN alone in a place full of people. They sit in silence. Okay, this is stupid. I'm rambling, I shouldn't care about such things, sorry about that. I'll go now. Satoru was about to get up from his seat. Do you believe in the afterlife? He chuckles. Are those novels getting to you again? Just answer the DMN question. Whatever, I guess I do. Cool. Shoko takes a sip. Did you want to ask that only? Yeah. She sets her cup down. Satoru, you see strength as one's most important value. You love your strength and the fact that you're at the top, but that very strength is preventing you from establishing any meaningful relationship. They can't see you as anything else apart from the strongest, someone so high at the top that they can't reach. Then here's a solution. Why not stop being powerful? You see, that's where you conflict, so? You want meaningful relationships that your strength prevents you from getting. At the same time, you can't let go of the strength that you have been praised so highly for most of your life. You stand at the top, bathing in glory and praises, yet alone with no one next to you. What are you without your powers? You didn't have much choice. You're seen as the strongest, and you have embraced the title and its duty, just like what they expect from the strongest, not Gojo Satoru. Shoko chuckles. That's stupid. What if you wanted to become a taxi driver? So subtle. Yeah. The world here already knows you're strong. If there is an afterlife where they don't, promise me one thing. A promise? You're so sure I'll remember that? He laughs. Don't know, maybe those novels are getting to me. Sure, what shall I promise you then? Promise me that you'll put yourself first before your strength. Then, they'll see how much more you can offer as a person. So, what the hell am I doing? I decided to live normally this time, didn't I? Gojo had had his fill with the life of the strongest. This time, he is going to live differently, just like he promised. No more of that unbearable loneliness. Then what he has to do right now? He waits until purple reaches the chest area and snaps. Bang. To outsiders, it may look like the sphere has simply exploded, but in his own terminology, separated, looking like fireworks. The violet hue retreated from the city, returning the colors. Both blue and red shoots out in all direction at a high velocity. Sudden heat from the speed makes the air expands, causing multiple explosions with crackling sound. -15 points if complete destruction happens, for example, leveling a building. From now on, I'll live the way I want. Gojo directs a portion of the attack to nearby buildings. What a spectacular scene. The robot's upper body gets compressed, forming lumps and explodes at random areas, sending robotic parts flying everywhere. Simultaneously, all of the surrounding buildings are obliterated. He aims it at the foot of the towers, targeting small buildings. The collapse sends dusts flying everywhere. The explosions went on until there is only a left leg left. The surrounding buildings are leveled, leaving only a pile of rubble, a complete devastation. Time's up. In the monitor room. It's been 2 minutes and he already destroyed 24? You sure that's not a system error? A question is sound out. No, the point system is quite accurate, this is real. Principal Nizu says. Multiple teachers in the room are discussing about Gojo. At first, they focused on other test sites, but they fully directed their attention on the kid as soon as someone pointed the anomaly out. Come on, display the live footage on a bigger screen since we're all looking at it. All right. With a click, the big screen displays the camera footage. On it, Gojo is mercilessly eradicating the robots. He launches himself towards one, makes a spin mid-air and kicks its head, leaving a deep dent, effectively shutting down the robot. Not wasting any time, Gojo brings a hand up, palms wide open towards his left where a 2-point is standing and clenches it. What the? As if some other forces had interfered, the robot got twisted like a rag and explodes, shocking multiple teachers in the room. Wait, if that is his quirk, then what's with the abnormal physical strength? We'll look at his files later. Keep watching. There's something strange about that kid. I've been since the start now. Principal Nizu says. What is strange about him? All Might asks. The others in the room turn to Nizu, seemingly wanting to hear his observations as well. It's like he always knows where the next robot is. Oh, right there, look. Nizu points to the screen, where Gojo is standing still looking at a wall. His eyes are focused on something. This is a weird pattern. Usually, you would look towards open areas to find some enemies, but he's looking at a wall. Either he finds our walls very immaculate, or the boy is seeing something else. Is it some type of quirk that lets everyone see through objects? Snipe asks. Oh. Then he would be looking around in all directions, but see, he's standing still. The principal easily shuts down Snipe's theory. Something is strange about those eyes. I think so too. All Might agrees with the principal. Gojo's eye has been one of All Might's top unsolved mystery. But no matter how much he asks, the young man always hits him with the most ridiculous answer possible. There's nothing special about my eyes, I'm just wearing super cool eye contacts. Bought them for cheap at Dollar Tree, you should have seen the PR dash. Toshinori fans the memory away. He can almost hear the smug tone that Gojo always carries with him. For the past 10 months, the kid left quite an impression on him, both bad and unfortunately good. Toshinori can sometimes feel his blood vessels bursting due to Gojo's stubbornness, showing up to training late, joking all the time, and he seems to never take things too seriously. Toshinori considers himself a calm man, but Gojo had somehow annoyed him to a great extent. Gojo talks to him like he is a friend or worse, a colleague. He is the mentor here. Show some respect, damn it. Despite the kid's obstinacy and lack of respect towards him, Toshinori still holds him in high regards. Though his pride would never let him admit that. During his training with Midoriya, Gojo displayed a profound understanding for martial arts and fighting in general. He has great knowledge about human weaknesses and teaches Midoriya where to strike so that it hurts like hell. All of this was so accurate and technical that it's hard to believe a 15-year-old is teaching another about this. Profound understanding comes from training and persistent practice, but Gojo looked like he has never hit the gym once. Where did he even get this knowledge? Toshinori also appreciates Gojo's care towards Midoriya. Gojo has never joked once when he discussed with All Might about Midoriya's training. He approached the topic with tact, uncharacteristic seriousness, and suggested multiple things that could be incorporated into the exercise, some of which All Might has never even thought of. There was no inarticulacy in his explanation for the ideas, so much so that All Might sometimes mistake that a fully grown adult is talking to him, instead of an extremely pig-headed kid. The way Gojo conducted himself in training Midoriya, the way he speaks and words he used, it had some sort of similarity to that of a teacher. But didn't Midoriya tell him that Gojo excels at studying? This must purely be the result of that. You're frowning, All Might. Is something the matter? Principal Nizu turns to him. No, everything is fine, Principal. I remembered something annoying. If you say us dash. What? Did that white-haired kid disappear? Midnight asks, surprise in her tone. Toshinori looks at the screen. No, not exactly disappearing. Is that a teleportation quirk? Nizu questions. Midnight, he's on camera 3. Yes, Alice W's. Camera 3 shows Gojo, still beating the CRP out of those robots. Since the moment it began, he has teleported in front of one. Impossible, it's like he could pinpoint the robot's exact location. Or sense it? Nizu chuckles. Each test site has multiple cameras so the teachers could see what was going on. The screen was rapidly being such to keep up with. His movement, sometimes it would just show some robot corpse as he had already gone to somewhere else. Why are we only focusing on him? Show the other kids in the test site as well? Well, this kid is the only one having action here. He is somehow hoarding all the robots? Oh! That kid! Out of nowhere, Present Mike suddenly says. Mike, you know him? Not personally. Present Mike laughs in response. When I was in the hall telling them about guidelines, some kid provoked him. Then, he said that no one in his test location will get a single point. This caused multiple chatters in the room. Still shocked. In my career, I've never seen anyone declare that. Mike shrugs. But I brushed it off because people usually like to run their mouth before doing something. There is a limit to confidence. Now it seems like he was really serious about that. All robots? He's at 67, it's been 5 minutes. Will this set the record in this school? That explains his weird pattern. He would continuously teleport to those that were near people, leaving the undiscovered robots alone. Yes, no doubt. This boy will be extremely valuable to the hero world. What an incredible display of power. One teacher exclaimed. Just like everyone else in the room, Toshinori is in awe of the events unfolding before him. Since the very beginning, Toshinori was aware that Gojo is powerful to some extent, but seeing him in action is much more interesting. Are you perhaps not confident in your own skills? No, I am strong, stronger than you even. He says, a hint of amusement in his voice. A conversation they had months ago replayed in his mind. Toshinori is starting to think that it wasn't a simple bluff. In short, Gojo was on a rampage, easily destroying any robots that was unfortunate to be found by him. Yet, it wasn't like mindless and out of control, as the kid was fully aware and minimized the damage to the surroundings. He was already showing extraordinary tact and intelligence at such a young age. It's not difficult to imagine what kind of hero he will be, truly a spectacle. All right, everyone. The principal claps his hand twice. Please focus on the others as well. It saves us the trouble of rewatching the footages. Midnight, can you shrink the screen? Of course. This got some amen from the teachers. The screen now got shrunk, but Nizu and Toshinori are still focusing on it. Toshinori, look. Yes? On the screen, Gojo appears in front of a 3-point. He's not immediately destroying it. He's grinning. Oh dear. After 10 months with him, Toshinori can say he recognizes Gojo's signature smug before he does something mischievous. He teleported it away with him. What the dash? Gojo teleports the robot to a place full of examinees. And lets it run free? What occurs next surprised the two of them. Gojo puts a hand to his mouth and seems to be shouting something. All the examinees' head then turns towards the robot. Malicious look and hint of desperation showed on their face, and they started chasing the poor robot. Gojo then appears on top and destroyed him with the red attack. Why did he do that? Some of his actions never fail to surprise All Might. I know what's going on now. Please do tell. He's toying with the others. What the? He brought the robot there so people would chase at it, having some hope to get points. He's hoarding all the points, remember? So all of the others would have 0 right now. As they are about to reach the villain, he appears and destroys it, crushing their hopes and dream. That's so villain-like. What a menace. He's got no heroic spirit at all. Shouldn't we do something? At this point, all the other students might not even get a point until the end of the test, which is quite unfair. As unfair as this whole thing may be, we can't really do anything about it since he is not breaking rules. Best we can do is let the other students retake the test. I see. Toshinori sighs and leans back at his chair. With a wide battle and limited time, it brings out the best in each student. Nizu says, then takes a sip of his tea. But now, it seems like the other students won't have a chance to shine. It seems like a retake is necessary. This year's quote the bumper CRPs, huh? One teacher says. No way to know that yet. Another one responds, then he clicks the red button. This will tell us more. The gimmick robot is now running rampant in each test site. The teachers starts to focus more on other screens, making some cheering noises, but Toshinori is still keeping an eye on Gojo. The robot is rapidly approaching him, launching some debris at the kid, but then, oh, she saved him. All Might states. We'll have to award her some points for that. Nizu chuckles. Now, how will this boy deal with the gimmick? He doesn't look like the type to run away. Just like Nizu had predicted, Gojo never ran. He faces the foot descending on him head-on. What is he about to do? Gojo extends his hand, and out of nowhere, a purple sphere appeared, seemingly warped out of thin air. It shot at the foot and tears it apart mercilessly. What the? The scene caught All Might by surprise. The boy has never displayed this skill before during their time together. He was hiding this all along. This makes him wonder just how much Gojo has in store for the world. Midnight, how much has that boy destroyed so far? 97, Principal. What are the two that is left? A 2-point and a 3-point, though it appears a student already neutralized it. Very impressive. That is 150 points. We might have found our first place. What was your record, Toshinori? 90 points? 150, what a wild score. Toshinori's record was 90, this kid has already far surpassed him at that age. Just as they had thought that he would come first, something unexpected happens. All Might can't believe his eye, the ball of purple is violently exploding, leveling multiple buildings. Why couldn't he have just shot it at the sky? No. There is point deduction for collateral damage, you idiot. 1 2 3, he leveled 6 buildings. That is 90 points gone. Nizu sighs. What a shame. With 90 points reduced, he would still have 60 points, that's still enough for him to pass. Oh, Toshinori, look, his arm. Yes? Toshinori looks back at the screen. His eye widens at the scene. He could understand why Gojo never showed much of his powers now. Gojo looks at his own arm. It is terribly cracked. This time was worse than when he used red. All 5 of his fingertips are injured, his tracksuit is now ripped, revealing his biceps. The injuries look like violent fractures, climbing from his fingertips to his biceps. The pain is searing, it hurts like hell, but his face and his pride won't ever let him show it. It is much worse than the time he used red. The only difference this time is that he was using purple, which has more devastating effects. The 10 months he spent was worth it, after all. He is dying to heal this DMN arm. There are multiple cameras surrounding him. Being discovered for having multiple quirks is annoying. Just gotta endure this until I get out of here. Then, he sighs at the sky. Gojo looks at the wreck before him as he walks towards the exit. A trail of flood follows his footsteps. He destroyed 6 buildings, which would take out a chunk of 90 points. Gojo doesn't have much problem with that, since he still has 60 points left, probably enough for him to pass. But, now that he is out of his frenzied state, some guilt starts washing over him. He has once again become immersed in fighting and was engulfed by the strong need to show off his powers, to let the world know that he was the best, the strongest. Now, others have to suffer the consequences of his actions. Gojo squeezes his right arm. God damn it, I'm losing consciousness. Gojo's steps are starting to falter. He is hyperventilating. The minute he bursted his artery. Is his brain getting enough oxygen? Gojo's vision is starting to have black dots. Are you all right, child? Gojo turns to his right. There stands a short granny with gray hair. She's wearing a lab coat. The other hand holds a cane. Nah, I'm quite all right. My arm kinda itches though. He jokes with this old woman, in which she laughs back. Her energy is positive and gentle. A healing quirk? Out of the blue, her lips starting to stretch out towards his face. This startled him, but Gojo still drops infinity. As soon as her lips graced his cheek, he can feel the energy returning to him and the wound is closing up rapidly. Here, have some Haribo candy, child. Thanks. He accepts it. Gojo never says no to sweets. Now, all that's left is to take the written test. He wonders how Midoriya is doing. Alright, all that's left today is Izuku Midoriya and Gojo Satoru. Quite the odd pair, aren't they? Yes, they both got damaged using their quirks. One got his arms and legs all busted up, and the other's arm got injured like how glass breaks according to Recovery Girl. Didn't Gojo get his points reduced because he leveled some buildings? Yep. It's such a shame that collateral damage took away most of his points. He could have set the record. They tied with exactly 60 points. Gojo has 60 villain points, and Midoriya had 60 rescue points. Aren't they an odd pair? Oh, that's weird. What's wrong? Both of their files states that they are quirkless, though? 2 of them? Nah, must have been an error in the system. They've both shown great potentials and power. Having no quirks must simply be a misdiagnose, or the existing system got glitched. I'm not really keen on the white-haired one. He displayed a very villain-like behavior and his powers are super destructive. Shouldn't we reconsider him? No, we shall not. That's why we exist, to train those very individuals so that they use their powers for the good. You have seen the footage of his powers and his intellect. We cannot afford to lose this type of talent. Nizu sighs. If there is no further objections, I will pass these 2. Yes, all right. Now that that is done, what class shall we assign them to? B. Since they're quite the troubled pair, with one that can't control his powers, and one that can get it under control yet displays a villainous and chaotic behavior. Aizawa, can we leave them to your class? The teachers all look towards the figure leaning against the wall. Aizawa sighs. I'll take care of them. Oh, that's weird. What's wrong? Both of their files states that they are quirkless, though. All Might is beyond confused. Gojo's file makes no sense. What does that mean? Why is Gojo quirkless too? All Might was aware that Midoriya is quirkless, but Gojo? Something isn't right. This could be, as the others said, a system error. But I have 4 quirks. He smiles. Gojo has 4 quirks. All Might brushed it off as an extreme case of quirk inheritance, but the files state that his parents both have normal quirks. If their quirk was that extraordinary, he doubts the parents would work such normal jobs. If he really did have 4 quirks, it would be all over the news. The fact that no one noticed, especially the doctors, could suggest that Gojo really was quirkless, but had somehow manifested not just 1, but 4 quirks. There could only be one possible explanation for this. All for one. All Might begins to panic. It sounds horrifying. The sheer possibility that Gojo was a mole sent by All for One scares him. It meant that their 10 months together was a big fat vicious lie. During those months, Gojo had gone from a weird kid with an intense stare to a student and an annoying friend. All that he thought was genuine could have turned out to be a ploy to get their trust. He could have been a mole. This is going to cause extremely detrimental damages to both All Might and the school. He should contact Tsukachi. The information we exchange today can be used to cause irreparable damage to one another. Satoru gives a gentle smile. I have given you my trust, and in turn, I hope you do the same. Toshinori takes in a deep breath. So, he is suspecting the kid. He is jumping into conclusions. This while scenario is scary, but Toshinori knows he should calm down and assess the situation before pointing any fingers. Now that he had given it some thought, something does seem strange. Gojo had become friends with Midoriya before All Might chose him as the successor. The whole situation would have been so different if Gojo appeared after Toshinori had found Midoriya. So, Gojo couldn't have been sent by All for One because he couldn't have known who Toshinori would even choose. There is 1,000 of other choices for successors. Him being friends with Midoriya is just one ginormous coincidence. So their friendship being a tool for Gojo to get to know All Might's weakness gets ruled out. He is relieved about the possibility of Gojo not being a mole, but that didn't rule out the assumption that Gojo had gotten his quirk from All for One. There is no place on Earth where a quirkless person could have gotten a quirk besides from him, and from that med villain. But why would he out himself like that, telling All Might that he has 4 quirks? If one knows about the secret of All for One and One for All, one wouldn't just admit that they have multiple quirks to a user of One for All. That is just willingly walking into a death trap. The quirks that he had seen Gojo use wasn't even utilized once during his battle with All for One. If that villain had such powerful quirk, for example the invisible barrier or whatever Gojo called it, he wouldn't be able to win because of the sheer ridiculousness and powerfulness of the quirk. So why would All for One give this away? Has he gone dumb? There is also RDC. If All for One had that, he wouldn't be heavily injured and possibly lose his life. So, Gojo didn't even get his quirk from All for One? Not from his own parents, not from that villain. So, how did this kid get his quirk? What is going on here? This whole situation has confused Toshinori to a great extent. He runs his hand from the forehead to eyes, letting them rest there for a short while. Confusing as it all may be, he still needs to confirm that Gojo has no affiliation with All for One, for the sake of Midoriya, for the sake of their relationship. Should he just directly ask the kid? 1 week later. Midoriya? Midoriya. Midoriya. Gojo waves his hand in front of Midoriya's face. The kid's eye is full of haze. Morning. Evening. Night. You there? That seemed to finally snap Midoriya out of his daydream. Izuku? Are you okay? Stop staring at the fish. Mrs. Inko asks, worry displayed on her face. Sorry. I'm fine. Gojo munches on his own fish. Today, he is professionally leeching off of the Midoriya's food. He ran out of money recently because of having to pay the bills, get some new tracksuits, groceries, and for several bags of candies. The candies would be seen as a bad financial decision by others and should be invested more into groceries, but he would like to call this STMLTN investment for his brain. As for exam last week, Gojo could humbly say he did all right. The written part was done in a breeze. The majority of the questions were not that hard to comprehend. But based on the troubled look on other examinees' face, he could tell that the test was hard for them. If his calculations are right, his practical test would have approximately 60 points, because he had aimed for exactly 6 buildings. Prior to have taken the exams, he had used Midoriya's phone to research about last year's top 10 points, and the 10th place had 55, so he's sure to pass UA. But as for Midoriya, anyone could take a look and said that he must have fumbled hard. During the week, the kid's mind has been on the clouds. Sometimes he would stare into thin air, or be completely still whilst doing something. Gojo would have to get his attention via repeatedly calling his name, a shoulder tap, EC, which are extremely annoying for him. The letter, it should come today or tomorrow, right? Mrs. Inko asks, trying to liven up the awkward mood. She is doing the dishes with Gojo, she washes it with soap and he has the honor of rinsing it. Midoriya replies, still out of focus. Yep. Gojo rinses the dishes. It takes 1 week for the teachers to grade the written test and the practical. He puts the dishes out to dry. I wish they'd be faster, it's quite nervous for me to wait for the results. Nah. Don't think you have anything to worry about, Satoru. A doorbell suddenly rings. I'll go get it. Inko dries her hand and hurries towards the door. The sound of water and dishes fills the silence. There you go, finally speaking to me for more than 3 words. How are you feeling? He looks over his shoulder, where Midoriya is looking at some apples. Do you want to talk about what happened in your test? Not forcing ya. Gojo turns of the tap water, drying his hands. He pulls out a chair and sits on the opposite side. All ears if you want. A sigh. Well, I got a huge goose egg on the practical test. He gives Gojo the apple. I really gave it my best, but as soon as I saw the robots, fear overcame me. In the end, I managed to destroy the gimmick, but my arms and legs were all busted up and broken. Midoriya gives a sullen look, his head is down. That must have been excruciating for you, Gojo comments. It was, but it doesn't matter much now. Midoriya replies. I don't know what All Might even saw in me, but I did what I thought was right. Gojo cuts the apples into bunnies, slides the plate to Midoriya. The kid accepts it without much thought. Midoriya. This is purely based on my speculation, but the gimmick might serve another purpose unlike the small ones. He munches on the slice. It's to bring out the examinee's true potential and see what they would do in that situation. What did you do to it? I destroyed it to rescue a girl. We met her at the gate, remember? My body moved without thinking. Midoriya mimics the 2 long strands. Oh, I do remember. He chuckles. What I'm trying to say is, there must be other factors which will give you points Oswell dash. Key kids. They turn their heads towards Inko, who is holding 2 letters from UA. The letter. It's here, it's really here. She gives Midoriya his letter, then turns to Gojo. I don't know why, but yours is here too. Why is yours here too? I got the wrong address. No, he did not. He purposefully put down the Midoriya's house address, so that if Midoriya gets the letter, he will too. If Midoriya passes, they cheer. If Midoriya doesn't, he'll do some condolatory. What, how? I doubt your house is near here. Come to think of it, I've never been to your house. Oh God, not his house. After he woke up in this body, the house looked like a tornado had torn through it. Back in the Gojo clan, servants would usually have his back. Haiche. Aren't you dying to open that letter? He pushed Midoriya to his room, and Inko follows close. We'll be here for you, boyo. Whatever the results, it'll be fine. I somehow doubt that, but whatever. The door closes with a click. Now it's just Inko and him. I'm gonna go outside now. He waves the letter at Inko. Ah, will you open your letter here? If you want some privacy, I could show you a room. Oh, alright, thank you. Sure. Gojo takes a seat on the bed, tears open the letter and takes out the papers. So, did you pass? Inko asks. Yep. Now all that's left is to wait for Midoriya. They turn to the closed door. It creaks open. Midoriya comes out. His face is all teary and Inko seems to have feared the worst. She hugs Midoriya, patting his hair. Ah no, it's fine Izuku, there's other schools you can go to dash. Hick no mom. Midoriya shows them the letter, sniffling his nose. I passed. You passed? Inko pulls back to take a look at the kid's face. He nods. Tearing up herself, she embraced him even tighter this time. Ooh. Knew you had it in you. Giving Midoriya's back a slap. A hand reaches out and pulls Gojo in too, making him yelp. We did it. Tears streaming down his face. We worked so hard for this. Gojo goes still in the hug. Is this what's it like to share your joy? He gives a hearty laugh in the group hug, ignoring the snot and tears that got on his clothes. Yeah, we did. The night after the acceptance letter. All Might. Who's that? Tashinori quickly denies. All Might. Where? Some people that happened to overheard them shouts. Ack, you're gonna blow his perfect cover, boyo. Come on, repeat after me. My eyes are playing tricks on me. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Congratulations on passing, you too. He gives them a high five. You both should know that I haven't told the school about our relationship. Gojo probably wants to keep things confidential, and Midoriya will probably worry about favoritism. How nice of you. Gojo chuckles. I appreciate it. Why can't you be nice like him? So you're a teacher at U.A? That was a shocker, All Might. He is? Gojo asks, confusion on his face. There was a hologram disc. I didn't get one. This is favoritism. Well, they probably just forgot. He ignores Gojo's protests. I couldn't tell anyone until the school made it public knowledge. Figured I could take the job at U.A while searching for a successor. So you were going to choose from amongst the students, Gojo says, then ruffles Midoriya's hair, making it all puff up. Until this kid came along. Hey, stop that, He swats Gojo's hand away like some mosquito. All Might? What's wrong? About one for all. I just can't wield it. My body is broken after a single punch or kick. So that's what he is worried about. That's just how it is. If a person suddenly grows a tail, they won't know how to do tricks with it yet. Heh, you knew that from the start. Gojo said smugly. There wasn't any time to figure things out. But it worked out quite alright, so, he fakes a cough. For now, young Midoriya, it's all or nothing. But as you learn to regulate the power, you can put out just as much as your body can handle. He pats Midoriya's head. The more you temple your vessel, the better you can control your power. Oh, all right. The kid says, eyes full of determination. All Might. Gojo raises his hand. Gojo. Since both of us passed with flying colors. Oh no, what is he planning this time? Why don't you? All Might gulps, nervous about the next thing he will say. Treat us to some food. Gojo smiles widely. Oh, he just wanted some food. All right then, where do you suggest we go? Midoriya puts a hand to his chin, seeming to ponder over this question. Since we all have dinner already, why don't we go get some desserts? Yay! Desserts. I'll have you know those are my favorite. All Might. What do you think? Like a 7-year-old child, Gojo excitedly jumps up and down. The way this kid acts is too weird for All Might to comprehend. Alright, desserts it is. Shall we walk? They went into a pastry shop. Gojo picks out every type of cakes and sweets that has strawberry in it. Just thinking about the amount of sugar in each dessert scares All Might. Midoriya, on the other hand, only got some sweet beans mochi for him and his mother. Toshinori takes out his wallet and pays for the sweets. The 15-year-old cheers as the transaction went through. They're now walking in the streets, with Gojo and Midoriya in the front. Gojo has two of his hands full with bags and bags of desserts, joking to Midoriya about whatever young people topic there is, and it seems to make the kid laughs. "This'll last me the whole week." "That made you sound like you're eating only sugary stuff 24/7. "It's true, though." "Wasatru, that is not healthy." As he follows behind, Toshinori's mind drifts back to days before, where he had suspected Gojo's origin of power. How should I even approach him? It's quite a touchy topic. He has been agonizing over this. "Are your powers from All for One?" "No, that would blow his cover." "How did you get your powers?" "No way," he's just forcing the assumption onto the kid at this point. "Ah, shoot." Gojo's sudden yell snapped All Might out of his thoughts. "What's wrong?" Gojo gently puts down his many dessert bags and fumbles around, searching his front and back pockets, patting down himself. "I forgot my wallet at the shop." Realization dawns on his face. "Midoriya." He turns to the kid with a serious look. "Go get it for me." "What? Why don't you go get it yourself?" "Come on. Please? My legs are tired from walking and carrying this much desserts." He whines. "I'll sit down with All Might somewhere and wait for you." "So please." Gojo receives a dumbfounded look from the green-haired kid. Midoriya sighs. "Then you shouldn't have bought so much in the first place." "I'll get it for you, but this is one time." Finishing his sentence, Midoriya turns his heel and starts jogging back to the shop. They both watch Midoriya's small figure disappears into the busy streets. "We've been walking for 20 minutes. Still staring at Midoriya's direction. "Izuku is gonna run there, so take the time he needs to get there and back." 25 minutes for us." This caught All Might off guard. "For us? Why, for us to talk." Gojo smiles. "You've been staring at me with some sort of uncertainty, I guess." He sits down at a bench, taking out some of the ice cream mochi and starts munching on it. All Might sits next to him. "Like when you were walking behind us, you looked deep in thought and stared at me for most of the time we're walking." "You're very perceptive." All Might sighs. "Bingo. I was right. So, what do you want to ask me?" "Actually, no." He put a hand in front of All Might as he was about to open his mouth. "Let me try and guess why. This is much more entertaining." "What, is he serious?" "Their relationship is on the line here." "You won't ask about my arm, probably just seeing it as a similar case to Midoriya." He lists out one. "What about my glasses?" "Nah, too unlikely." He lists out another. "What's my other quirks?" "Nope, you know I'd answer with things you don't want to hear." "You weren't like this during the 10 months we were training together, but now that you're here with us after gradings and stuff." "Oh, I get it." He smirks, looking at All Might, finishing his mochi in one bite. "You saw my files, didn't you?" Gojo hit the nail straight on the head. "But you can't just go and say that." What if he was thinking about a whole different question and that comment made him suspicious? What in the tarnation? "You should be seeing your expression right now, All Might." He gives a small smile. All Might snaps out of his stunned state, realizing that he was staring at the kid with wide eyes all this time. "So, what do you want to ask? Or do I have to guess that too?" "Come on, we don't have much time." All right, child." He covers Gojo's mouth. It's really unlike of him to lose his cool like this, but this is Gojo we're talking about. "I was waiting for the right time, but since you're pushing it, fine. All ears." Gojo takes out a cupcake. How should he phrase this? Well, he shouldn't bother. Gojo is one who likes to get straight into the points anyways. "Here goes nothing. How did you get your powers?" "Well done, my parents." "Your files stated that you were quirkless, young Gojo. Plus, your parents' quirk is a dimension away from yours. My condolences for their passing, also." He looks straight into Gojo's eye. Well, at least he hopes he is through those glasses. "I know you don't like people prying into your life, but I need you to understand how important your answer is to me." To all of us three, and to our relationship? Gojo's eyebrows are raised, his mouth pressed into a thin line. So, I'm asking you again. Were your quirks acquired by a means somewhat similar to Midoriya's? Gojo stays silent, still looking at him. Before I answer that, I want you to answer two of my questions truthfully, Oswell. He says, face void of emotions. This feels like I am being interrogated for some reason. So, why don't we just make this a Q&A between student and teacher? An answer for an answer, how's that? Gojo suggests. Whatever it takes, I guess. Alright. Okay. First question, if there is one who wields one for all, is there one who wields all for one as well? All Might is flabbergasted. Well, he is not wrong, but to waste a question on the assumption that mere suching of letters would hold some sort of meaning is quite crazy in itself. Yes, there is. We're lifelong enemies. Cool. Then what can this guy do? I mean his quirk. To take quirks for personal use, or to grant others those quirks? Gojo goes silent, turning away from Toshinori. From the side, his expression slowly goes from neutral to thoughtful, then finally to realization. Oh, I get it now. Get what? Is that a question? He smugly asks back. I will smack you hard. Oh geez, sorry I asked. Gojo rolls his eye, or at least, making a motion of rolling his eye. Well, how should I explain? You saw me in my parents' file, then went all new. Quirkless and his parents' quirk are not even remotely similar? This must be the work of all for one. Trying to screw me over, blah blah blah, something like that? I'll admit, if I were you I'd suspect the same thing. You're horrible at doing impressions. Thanks. He sticks a tongue out. But then, an angel version of you tells you to reassess the information again, and to not go and launch some sort of over-the-top investigation on me. Gojo takes off his sunglasses, and Toshinori is once again engulfed by those intense azure blue eyes. The fierce yet calm stare nails him down in his seat. Judging by how we're still here, having a conversation on this bench? Gojo gives him a gentle smile. You chose to gamble by talking to me instead. The speed at which Gojo can take in information, analyzing it, and coming to a conclusion is inhumane, and yet impressive. That's right, so you better answer truthfully. Then my turn now. All ears. He finishes the cupcake. Since you're well aware already, I'll be direct. Did you get your quirks from All for One? You know. He fakes puking, face converting to revulsion. I'll have you know, my powers are one of a kind. Far superior than what that guy has. He takes out some brownies. Oh geez, how much sweets does this kid eat? Is the sweet tooth that bad? So, to compare my power to such thing is a huge insult to me. He huffs, taking a bite from the brownie. I see, my bad then. But how do you prove that you didn't get your powers from that villain? Well, I guess words were never enough to use as proof. But then his face brightens up, as if having struck on a brilliant idea. All Might. Did you fight the guy in an all-out battle? Yes? Then, you must have seen all of his powerful moves, right? He stretches out the rights this time. Yes, okay, what are you trying to get at here? Dada. Be patient, I am always making very good points. He cuts Toshinori off. All of his powerful moves? I don't see why he wouldn't go all out. Then, why don't I show my strongest skill if I had the chance? You'll see that the guy had never used such a quirk in that battle, then you'll believe me. That's actually a good suggestion, but if you get the chance? Why not warp to a remote forest and start blasting your attack? I wished it was that simple, but nope. He makes an X with his arms. My strongest quirk is not simply a blast and run. How so? Well, to put it simply, no human would be able to withstand it. If I used it on you, you'll die. Why did he laugh like that? Aren't they talking about death here? How bad is this quirk's effect on human? The 0.2 second of exposure will leave you rehabilitating in a hospital? Bad. What? How is such thing possible? That sounds ridiculously powerful even for All Might. Yeah. If I use it on you, you'll die. If I show it to you by using it on people, they'll die too. We need some sort of non-human target, but I doubt we have that. Then, I guess I'll take your words for it. Really? He asks, surprise on this face. We've been free, we've known each other long enough for me to do this. All Might stands up and looks down at him. I hope I won't ever regret this, young Gojo. You won't ever. Gojo blinks, turning to his right. Oh, seems like we're out of time. He puts on his glasses again. Satoru. Midoriya. Well, did you find it? Midoriya nods, handing him his wallet. Here, don't forget it next time. I'm sorry. Was too preoccupied with the sweets. Wait, did you eat 5 packages already? How are you not overdosing on it yet? Impossible, I'm a professional at this. Shall we go home now? The two turns to look at him. All right. Yes. Hello. Sushi here. Since I have finals coming up, I might not be able to regularly post chapters, so this is an announcement for a mini break. TSM for your support until now. 250 kudos is crazy for me, loudly crying face. I would be somewhat active on Twitter, at Kariasis. I'll be drawing some scenes from each chapter, haha. Come vibe with me if you'd like. Monday. 6:45 a.m. His eyelids gently opens, soft and golden light dances on white eyelashes. In 2 more hours, his hero school life officially starts. Gojo shuts his eye and turns away from the sunlight. It is still too early for him to do anything right now. As per usual, his precise internal clock would wake him up at this ungodly hour to do some training, but now, he just wants to take a day off from that. All Might would say this is just pure laziness, but Gojo prefers tactical recovery more. Besides, what does he have to stress about? It's just a first day of going to a prestigious, first-ranked national hero school. That's all there is to it. Well, to him at least. Gojo could get up later, eat some totally healthy sugar-filled stuff for breakfast, prepare his bag in a half-butted way. He didn't care enough to read the timetable, and then wear his uniform and go to school. Boom, easy. Wait, uniform? Oh my god, he totally had forgotten about that, didn't he? Hey, no worries. One whoosh, and he'd be right there at the uniform shop. Long story short, Gojo did go to the uniform shop. Yurei's uniform was worn by a mannequin displayed at the front, protected by glass windows, giving it a feeling of luxury. With the power of his trusty telescopic eyes, he checks the price tag and the sheet. Gojo is beyond baffled. Is this early student loan? What the heck is this over-the-roof price? He brought all the money he has, but this won't even dent it. Should he call Midoriya to borrow some money? No, that's going to create 2 poor kids. Then, my last option is Atsuko. He yells at the closed door. A sign which reads, closed, in bold and blood-red stares back at him. It has always looked aggressive, but at the same time, it is an embodiment of her unique personality. Atsuko dashed, he yells out again, this time stretching out the ong in her name obnoxiously. A familiar energy quickly approaches the door, but this time a bit riled up and exasperated. Perhaps he should step back a little. One click from the keyhole and the door swings open violently, missing him by a hair and blowing back some of his bangs. Women are scary. Who the f? Oh hey, it's you. Atsuko's fiery expression, upon seeing him, turned calm and became much more composed. Half of her head is covered in those cliché pink hair rollers you'd see any woman on television wearing, but the other half has perfect curly hair rolling down her shoulders. It's 7 in the DM morning, kid. What do you want? Done expression on her face. Gojo puts on the sweetest smiling face he has in the arsenal, boss. I was just thinking that you looked absolutely elegant in this fine morning. Get to the point. She gives him an unimpressed look. I need some money. Gojo deadpants. She huffs out, amusement apparent in her voice. That's a first. How much you need? I need a DM. How much does he need again? What, you don't remember? What do you want to buy? Atsuko tilts her head, curiosity appears on her face. A uniform? And you come to me? But, what's wrong? It's not like he had parents to go to. Yeah. Usually, people buy pairs of uniforms. You're really that short of money? She asks. Yeah. A uniform is all I can afford right now, huh? It usually isn't that expensive though. What kind of private school are you going to? She crosses her arms. You? U.A? Yeah. You. Is that even private? Demand it, she's a hard target to borrow money from. What's with these barrage of questions? It's like he's trying to scam her all of a sudden. Surprise begins to bloom on her face. Wait, you.A? Yeah, you. He confirms. Holy shit. You passed you.A and didn't tell me or the employees? That's big news, ya idiot. Atsuko laughs while putting an arm over his shoulders, pulling Gojo down to her height, roughing his white hair with her other free hand. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, so… Oops. Oh, you dumb it's a big deal. We gotta throw a celebratory meal for ya after this. She smacks his arm playfully. But now, what do you need, uniforms only? Yep. I'll borrow books, so don't worry about that, Dash. Holy shit, what are you, the walking poor? I gotta pay you more, but let's go shopping for ya supplies. Give me 5 minutes. She turns back and shuts the door, leaving only him and his ruffled hair standing. Cold morning wind brushes across his bangs, gently making his hair flow. But, oh my god, wait. I'm about to go school supply shopping. The realization hits him. This is it. The legendary myth. So it is true that children goes shopping for school supplies with their parents. Gojo, a man in his late 20s, who is also possessing a 15-year-old's body, is excited about school supplies shopping. Alright, I'm back. Atsuko opens the door. She is in a floral dress and her hair now fully let down. He makeup masks some of her wrinkles. It is purely impressive that she did this in exactly 5 minutes and 59 seconds. Whoa, what's with that expression, kind of bubbly? Atsuko mimics a circular motion on her face with her hand. They start making their way towards the uniform shop. What's wrong with my expression? You seem a little happy, not that I could see much because of your glasses, but hey. Oh. He stresses though. Nothing much, just happy to go supply shopping. Ha. A hint of surprise on her face. Is this your first time or something? I mean, yeah. Technically, it's true for him but not OG Gojo. Back in the clan, he was homeschooled, all of the supplies were provided by them, so no shopping were ever necessary. Isn't it natural to be happy about trying out new things? That's right, he's acting normal here. But she suddenly goes silent, a sigh escapes her lips. All right, boy. Yes, ma'am. First destination, the uniform shop. They come to a stop and simultaneously looked up. The sign of the uniform shop shines brightly in the morning. All right, get your butt in there. We're getting you a fitting uniform. She slaps his back. Ugh. All eyes were on him as soon as he set foot in the store, some schoolgirls noticeably blushing as soon as they laid their eyes on him. Hello. What can I do for you? A lady greets him. Get him U.A's uniform, will ya? Atsuko tells her. A never-seen-before professional smile appears on her usually scowled face. Quite the tall, lanky kid here. Hope you can get him the right size. She ruffles his head. Gojo is just standing there, admiring the powers of the grown-ups, his lips stretching out to a small smile. Why, of course. I think we have just the right thing for him, ma'am. The lady turns around and speed walks to a room, later coming out with stacks of clothing on both of her arms. Since you're just tall and needs no special adjustments, try these on and see if they'll fit you well. Changing room is to your left. Alright, thanks. He walks out of the fitting room and shows up in front of Atsuko, who is looking down at her phone. The uniform fits him super well, like how peanut butter is not to go without jam. Ho, look at you. Atsuko whistles. There's my guest attractor boy, do a spin. And so he does. A few muffled yelps and Kaya's was heard in the shop. This is doing a great turn to his already massive ego. Keep it going, ladies. A few of his new fans starts to surround him. Hello. I hope you don't mind. This is my phone number, please call me when dash. Oh, thanks. He accepts the folded note. Hey. You're like really cool, by any chance do you dash? My name's M dash. A crowd starts to form around him. Oh, a minute, when did it get this packed? Outside of the dense amount of people, Atsuko huffs and gestures for the shopkeeper. Can I have 2 more of those? Yes, right away, ma'am. They finally squeezed out of the store, not without a couple of folded notes and a fuckton of selfies taken. Atsuko stares at him, amused. You look funny. Every pocket of yours is stuffed with these. Her hand reaches over to his coat pocket, taking one paper that hung out. Papers, thanks to that face of yours, you should call them back and tell them to visit our store. She laughs. Yes, I'm your favorite moneymaker. But that sounds like a hassle. Won't do it, sorry. She clicks her tongue. By the way, what's your quirk, kid? Well, that was random, why do you ask? You need to have some kind of powerful quirk to get into there, so what is it? Come on, spill. Oh. You'd be surprised, I got through in a pretty unconventional way. Oh, how? You can thank this. He cups his own face. Okay, you're not telling. What? I'm telling the truth. The handsome and gorgeous Gojo Satoru have charmed his way into the judge's heart. Pretty sure that's illegal. You noticed? I'll charm my way out of the prison if it ever gets to that point. But I'm not going to bother anymore. With the uniform down, that only leaves the school supplies shopping. Finally. All right. We turn left. Okay. Still Monday. 8:20 a.m. Gojo could say that he is now absolutely stacked in school supplies. Books, notebooks, pens? It is unfortunate that he only managed to snatch a cool strawberry eraser before Atsuko yanked him to the checkout, but whatever, he has to be on time for this school for the sake of blending in. Putting down his extra uniforms in the bedroom, he looks at himself once more in the mirror. The gray and dark green of the breathes goes well with his white hair. What can he say? White always goes well with anything. Gojo fixes up his extremely ruffled hair, courtesy to Atsuko, and straightens out his uniform. Swinging the bag over his shoulder, he warps away. Gojo is standing in front of the Midoriya's house. Some muffled and touching goodbyes reaches his ear. The door slowly opens and Midoriya's voice becomes clearer. Then, I'll be going. The kid says goodbye and closes the door, turning around and, Satoru. Hello. He puts on a cheerful smile. I take it you'd already said your bye-byes. Shall we go now? He puts his hands together, ready to teleport. But a hand was hurried put out, stopping him. Just, I am ready to go, but let's not warp there. Why? It's mine, and also your first day at U.A. I think walking there would make it a better experience. He puts on a proud face. Well, you and my boss is making a big deal out of this. Giving a sigh, he undoes his intertwined hand. All right, let us traverse this land. By foot. You exaggerate as always. A playful smack to his arm. Are you sure you want to walk though? What do you mean? It's 8:28, I know class starts at 8:45, but don't we have to show up at 8:35? Midoriya checks his own watch. We'll jog then. They make it to U.A. with a few minutes to spare. Now you wished we had just warped instead, bet you didn't even have the chance to enjoy the scenery during the jogged. No, it is you who didn't see the sceneries. Both arms on his hips. There are more birds today. You check it, they have a map of this school? Satoru points at the floor plan pinned on the school board. What's our class again? 1A, Midoriya answers, eyes still on the floor plan, searching for their destination. Oh, found it, floor 3. Come on, let's go. Floor 3? Aren't we first years? Shouldn't we be situated somewhere low? Satoru complains with a scowl while climbing the stairs. You just don't want to climb stairs? He points out, amused. On the other hand, I think that the view would be great. Well, it does have its pros, a hand to his chin. I bet I'll get a window seat. No, I hope not. You don't seem like the type to pay attention in class. A window would make you insufferable. They're finally on the 3rd floor after a while of climbing. What? How dare you slander me? I'm a straight A student. Satoru swings his arm around Midoriya, putting him in a playful headlock. Stop it, we are literally 4 classes away from 1A. Will not show up being headlocked. Midoriya jokes back, a hand reaching up to push Gojo's face away, but it accidentally knocks his glasses off instead. Oh dash. In a swift motion, he releases Midoriya and reaches an arm out, snatching the sunglass. Phew. That was close. Satoru opens up his hand, revealing the round sunglasses. My bad. Is it all right? He looks at it, checking its condition. Not a scratch. Satoru says after examining the precious sunglass bought with blood money by Midoriya. Satoru accuses him jokingly, putting a hand on his hip. But hey, what about my face? It's my moneymaker here. What if you terribly scratch this national treasure instead? Where's your RCT then? I imagine it'd be quite handy. RCT leaves scars. How mean? His reply was cut short. What do you mean? This is nowhere near mean, I am simply speaking facts. Midoriya turns to his right, but he was met with thin air. Satoru? Midoriya W's around, noticing that his friend had stopped walking mid-conversation. What's wrong? Satoru is standing there, staring at the sunglasses in his hand. He is unusually still and silent. His eyes is wide open, blue eyes stares into thin air, unfocused yet seemingly concentrated on something else entirely. Satoru? He snaps out of his daze, puts on the glasses swiftly and looks at Midoriya. Sorry, it's just, He's fumbling over his own words? Take your time, what is it? Midoriya will admit, seeing his usually calm and composed friend become this frantic is quite unsettling. What could possibly make him act this way? I don't know, you get to class first, I have to. Satoru's sentence was cut short as he is rapidly running towards a class. Wait, we're going to the same direction though? He chases after Satoru, but his own short legs are making this hard. Thousands of questions are running through his mind. He is feeling it clearly, too clearly after dropping the glasses. How did he not notice this before? The energy that he would recognize no matter what. He stops in front of a class where that overly familiarness lays, a hand grabbing the handle and slides the door open with a slam, startling some of the students. The glasses are halfway to his eyes. His clothing is a bit disheveled from running, hair unkempt. His breathing is uneven, but not from the running nor the stairs, in it. He feels out of breath, his heart is banging at his own ribcage. But, does he have time to care about appearances right now? Because all eyes are on him, yet he is only looking at one man. And that man stares back wide-eyed. The room was full of people, yet it seemed like there was only two of them in that exact moment. The man, or teenager, is leaning on his table by the window while talking to some classmates, black hair tied up in a bun with notable bangs covering the left eye. Black wide eyes are staring at him, and he stares back. He can't find the words, they died on his tongue. What should he even say? How should he even react to this? Happy? Sad? Confused? Denial? He opens his mouth, but nothing comes out. The other man seems to be in the same state as well. Say something, Diamenet. Move. Why does his tongue have to be paralyzed at this moment? Little by little, his tongue starts to move. Suguru? Quiet and weak words comes out, yet it was the most deafening thing at the time. The man who is leaning on the table seems to be even more shocked after hearing that. Satoru? Both his eye and soul firmly believes that this is him. It is not a hoax, not a cruel trick to get the upper hand this time, he really is here. But, before they could say anything more, Gojo's view of Suguru is suddenly now on the ground instead. I'm sorry, Midoriya shouts, and hand pushing the back of his head, bowing down with him. We got the wrong class. The kid slides the door shut, but it was stopped by a hand. The owner of that hand also reaches out and grabs his wrist firmly. Wait. Gojo is baffled. Oh my god, at a much closer look, this really is Suguru in his teenage years, not a single hair is off. We need to talk after school, garden. I'll be waiting. Few words were exchanged, but they were enough information. He lets go of Gojo's wrist, it lingered in the same position but soon drops down. Why? Suguru was pulled back by some of his classmates, one of them closing the door in the process. A few muffled voice asks, Hey, who was that? Do you can and oh my gosh, do you two know each other? Reaches his ear. He stares at the closed door. Midoriya pokes him on the arm, pulling him back to reality. He turns to the unsettled boy, the glasses hid most of his expression, but a bead of sweat gave it away. Are you alright? You'd never acted like this before. I'm kinda worried. No, it's just... He gives Midoriya one last stare before bringing his two hands up and slaps his own face, leaving a comically red handprint on both sides, shaking his head. I don't know what's going on. But I should calm down first. Yeah, I'm good now. Gojo puts on a grin. Sorry about making you worried. Huh. Just know that I'm here for you. Come on, we're going to be late in 3 minutes. They walk silently to class 1A. Izuku. He hums back. Aren't you going to ask about? You know? Oh, that. The kid answers. I did find that quite out of character for sure. The whole thing about being disoriented and all anxious. Which is quite unusual for someone like you, and that student from 1B. Frankly speaking, I seriously thought that I was your only friend, but here we are. He chuckles while recounting some of the events that transpired. However, I won't ask you about any of it. I can ask, but I won't ever receive a serious answer from you. He extends out a fist bump. I can wait until you are ready to talk about it, alright? Gojo bumps it back. My bestie is so thoughtful, would you like a hug? You don't call me that, Dash. And just like that, they were back to bickering. It is real. By some miracle, Suguru is here. Suguru's unmistakable cursed energy, his gentle voice as he calls his name, and Satoru's wrist, evidently still burning from the two. Gojo shakes his head, suppressing his own thoughts, trying not to think about what happened. It wasn't a dream, it wasn't a malicious lie. But not now, he can't think this through just yet. Gojo has other things to focus on right now. The two stops in front of a large door. 1A, clearly on it. Midoriya now appears quite nervous besides him. What's with you? Nervousness is with me. He replies. I just hope we don't end up in the same class as Kakin, or the examinee I met the other day. Well, bad news, I'm sure one of them is in there. He feels an aggravated energy belonging to a certain teenager. Seriously? How'd you know? Didn't see Mr. Explosive in 1B earlier, so I figured. It's a good reason to give. You want to open the door instead? Wow, giving me the honor, how nice of you. He puts his hand at the door handle. Here goes nothing. Please remove your feet from the desk. Such action is insulting to those who came to you today and the craftsman who made the desk. A strange kid with rectangular glasses reprimands, but he noticed that it was actually that examinee who scolded him. Like I care. What middle school are you from, you extra? Bakugo says. I'm from semi-private academy, my name is Ida Tenya. The rectangular glass boy, now Ida, is introducing himself with comical hand gestures. A stuck-up elitist then? Perhaps. I should blow you to be Dash. They're both here, Midoriya mumbles, sounding defeated. No way. Unfortunately, but hey, she's here too. Gojo points to a certain girl. Who? Midoriya follows the direction. That's Dash. The plain-looking boy. And his white-haired friend. She greets them with funny nicknames. Hello. Hello. He lets Midoriya chat with the two kids, making his way to the empty seat at the back of the class, situated next to the window, and places down his backpack, claiming his little territory. Jackpot. Gojo looks to his neighbor, who has peculiar red and white hair on each side. One strange thing he notices is that this boy carries two kinds of energy with him. An interesting case, is this the two-quirk inheritance that Midoriya mentioned months prior? PSTT's Gojo rests his chin on his palm. The boy is unresponsive, not paying any attention to him. Oh, this is going to be fun. Hey, Titi, he ups his obnoxious energy. What is it? He takes it back, that wasn't fun at all. Why did you yield? You have two quirks? Yeah, now please leave me alone. Oh, not so fast, I think we can be best friends. Gojo Satoru. I doubt that. The kid sighs and ignores him. You still didn't give me your name, Dash. He's made it his goal to annoy this kid now, there's nothing to stop him. Plus, this kid is kind of closed off like Megumi, if anything he's doing this little man a favor. If Suguru was here he'd... Nope. Stop that thought. If you're here to socialize, then get out. The noises died down immediately as soon as they heard the voice. Midoriya and the floaty girl stares at something, or someone, outside the class, bewilderment on their face. Curious, he walks to the front. There lies a man with long black hair on the ground laying sideways in a yellow sleeping bag. He takes out a juice pack and sighs the life out of it. The hero course. The man, presumably their teacher, wiggles and stands up. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. Time is treasure, you lot aren't very rational, are you? The sleeping bag is now fully off. He's a pro hero too? I'm surprised, there is a hero you don't know? I know almost every hero, okay? Not very dedicated fanboying now, are you? I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, pleased to meet you. Their homeroom teacher self-introduced, not bothering to hide his bored expression. He holds up another pair of uniform. Where did he get that? Quickly now. Change into your gym clothes and head out to the training grounds. May I ask for the purpose of this? Ida raises his hand. Well, Aizawa scratches the back of his head. We're doing a test of your quirks? A test of our quirks? What about entrance ceremonies or guidance sessions? Uraraka asks. No time to waste on that if you want to be heroes. The amazing teacher picks his ear. UA is known for its freestyle education. That applies to us teachers as well. Softball throwing, standing long jump, 50 meters dash, endurance running, etc. You did all of this in your middle school without quirk usage, yes? The class nods unanimously. Now, we take that and add the quirks to it, see if you know how to incorporate your power into your actions. Simple. He can sense himself liking this fellow teacher, skipping all of the mundane ceremonies and boring speech which he never cared about. The strange scarf he is wearing caught Gojo's eyes. It seems to have some sort of special function. He wants to interrupt the teacher to ask about it, but he should just lay low for the moment and act the normalist. Aizawa, his soon-to-be favorite teacher, looks at Bakugo. Bakugo, how far could you throw the ball in middle school? 67 meters. Great. Now try it with your quirk. He gestures Bakugo to move to the circle. Do whatever you want, just don't leave the circle. Okay. Gojo can clearly see the energy within Bakugo in action. The kid takes a deep breath, ping back his hand. The energy suppressed at his palm was released as soon as the kid threw the ball, creating a violent explosion with a loud die. Yelled out, wow, such befitting temper for a hero. It's important to know our limits. That's the first step to becoming a hero. Aizawa taps at his monitor, displaying the screen with 7052M on it. Whoa, 705 meters? Seriously? This is awesome. We can finally use our quirks in training. Yurare is the best. Aizawa laughs. Awesome, you say? You're planning to become heroes within 3 years, and you think it'd be all fun and games. An intense stare pins the class down. Oh, this is interesting. Now this he can understand. After all, you need to make the students realize that this is not all fun and games. People die and gets injured as a hero. Taking this seriously would be great help to them in the long run. Nice going, Aizawa. Right, the one with the lowest score across 8 events will be deemed hopeless and expelled. Doing the 8 events was, in short, a piece of cake to him. Or it should have been. He kept fang it up every time a certain student with black hair comes to mind. There were some exercises he only needed to enhance with cursed energy, not really touching his many quirks just yet. For races he just lets his classmates win. This is not worth that much effort. What's wrong with not giving your best? Worst case scenario, expelled, but hey. His teacher instincts tells him that Aizawa was just bullshitting. Pressure creates diamonds, so expulsion threat was to bring out the best in them. In short, seeing others doing the exercise was greatly amusing to him. One kid raced with blue beams shooting out of a gadget on his stomach, but fell midway. It took everything for Gojo to not burst out laughing, because he would look like a complete a-hole. Gojo fumbled some of the test because he had imagined himself competing with Suguru for the best, just like the old days. Gojo isn't doing so hot. And Midoriya doesn't seem to be doing so hot either. Like him, the kid didn't even touch his own quirk and is purely relying on physical strength. You're not doing so hot, boyo. You're not either. Want to talk about how you fumbled that long jump? Let's not. How's your powers? Crouching down to Midoriya, who is sitting on the ground, he whispers. It's hard to regulate it. Midoriya clenched his hand. All Might said the trick was sensation. But, yeah, no. I get what you're talking about. This brought back memories about Shoko, who is extremely bad at getting her explanation for reversed cursed across. Suguru would sometimes help. Not now, focus. Tough luck? Thanks. Alright, final test. Aizawa holds up the ball from earlier. It is noticeably charcoaled thanks to being blown up earlier to the ball throw test. Uraraka, you go first? Ah yes. The nice girl. Uraraka takes the ball, she gets into the spot and throws it lightly. The ball kept floating into the sky without ever losing speed. It got smaller and smaller as it got higher. A beep sounds out from his teacher's monitor. Whoa! Infinity? That's my brand. Gojo mumbles under his breath, joking to himself. What is your brand? This handsome face is. Oh hey, look at that kid dash. They stand and watch their classmates take turns throwing the ball, scoring 106 meters, 80 meters, 59 meters. The points do not have that big of a gap with each other, so none ever got near the 705-meter mark. Midoriya. A small... You're up. Why yes sir. Midoriya steps in the circle, ping back his hand to throw it. A huge surge of energy pools into his right arm. Concentrating all of his energy on the whole arm, he slides up his glasses. Won't that render him useless if one of his arm is already unusable at the start? Contrary to his expectations, all of the energy in Midoriya's arm suddenly vanished and the ball falls flatly to the ground, rolling aimlessly. Aizawa's hair is floating up, some energy concentrated on his eyes. An eye-based quirk, how cool! Judging by how Midoriya's energy vanished completely, this is something of a quirk cancellation quirk, a funny description. The class starts talking about this interesting hero, saying how he's the angler type and was one that hates media, explaining how no one knows about the guy. Aizawa starts scolding the poor kid. Nice one, Aizawa. Gojo gives his teacher an inner thumbs up. Midoriya looks at the ball and gives another attempt. This kid learns quick. Instead of using his whole arm, he pours all the energy straight into the index finger and sends the ball flying, creating a gush of wind from the impact, minimizing the damages while also giving him 9 other fighting chances. 705.3. The kid is definitely in great pain, yet he never complained and even turns to Aizawa. I can still move. Midoriya clenched his hand. This kid. Nice one, Izuku. Gojo shouts out along with the other kids. Besides him, Bakugo raises up his arm behind his back. Gojo recognizes this stance. The kid is about to propel himself with the explosions. The malicious energy emitting also confirms his suspicion. Gojo realizes what the teenager wanted to do. As soon as the kid lets out the first spark of explosion, he grabs Bakugo's collar. Gotta stop you there, it's my turn now, actually. You dash enraged, the kid swings a hand up to his face. Let go of a dash, whoa, a point-blank blow? Well, it shouldn't matter too much, he's got a barrier. He closes his eye, shielding himself from the blinding light, but nothing ever hits him. Once he reopens his eye, Bakugo is now restrained by the odd scarf earlier, so he was right about it. Stop using your quirk already, Aizawa says, now extremely annoyed. I have dry eyes, you know? What a debuff. The man would be unstoppable if it weren't for that limited duration set by the eyes. All right, Gojo. Your turn. Aizawa hands him the ball as he walks to the circle. Thanks. Just a little curious, Gojo. Ask away. What's with those sunglasses? Right, he's the only one who's wearing these after all. Severe pink eyes, please wish me a speedy recovery. Aizawa definitely did not buy his lie, but he leaves Gojo alone anyways. Like everyone else, Gojo also PPS back his arm, ready to throw, but Sugiura's energy is now nearer than ever. Startled, he fumbles, the ball leaves his hand path-ethically and rolls on the ground, setting an even worse record than Midoriya's. He can very clearly hear the class's confusion. What? Did Mr. Aizawa cancel his quirk again? What did he do wrong this time? Is it a problem like Midoriya? No. That's not true. Gojo just F'd it up really bad. He WHPS around, approximately 30 meters away. Suguru is watching him. The dude must have went to the bathroom and caught sight of his class training. No. Focus, god damn it. Not now. Gojo. Yes. He tenses up, mentally preparing for the scolding. Oh god, why is that idiot coming closer? From what I have seen in the entrance exam, you have yet to utilize your power even once during the whole test. He rubs his brows. If you want to be expelled that badly, walk off the circle. If this is merely a mistake on your part, try again, you have one last chance. A curt reply slips out, old habits die hard. Aizawa asks back, directing him a glare that seems to say, you wanna die. Ignoring the stabby eyes, he picks up the ball, reinforcing the infinity shield around it so that it would not obliterate upon impact. How much should he go for, he wonders? Why is he this close? He shouldn't stand out so much, let's hope just 100 meters is enough. 100 it is. Mumbling under his breath, he decides to re-throw the ball. Okay, just going to pee back his hand, conjure up red in his palm, and... Satoru, do your best. A voice, which delivers each and every syllable in his name loudly. That wasn't any of his classmates' voice. That was Sugiru's. Gojo hurls the ball in a panic, his mind autopiloting, losing control of how much energy red should be outputting. In the shortest moment one could imagine, their surroundings were bathing in red. For a split second, time seems to have freezed, or is it just his brain working fast? 0.5 seconds before impact. The surrounding building's windows, he realized, would be obliterated in a split second due to the shockwave. Dear Lord, this is where he wouldn't get away with collateral damage. His wallet had suffered enough, it doesn't need a bill from you today. 0.199 seconds before impact. Bringing up a hand, he covers the buildings and the students in infinity. Stretching his barrier on a large scale with the same quality drains him just a teeny tiny bit, but this is better than paying for the damages. He is strong and capable, not rich. The explosion sends the ball flying rapidly to the sky with a deafening boom, leaving a star in the distance. At their spot it sends a huge gush of dust and rocks flying at the students. Wadash, the students' arms flies up, attempting to cover themselves. But none of the debris ever reached them. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the dusts were hitting them, but the barrier had diverted whatever that came into contact, canceling the barrier as soon as the dust settles down. Gojo whips his head around, searching for Suguru, but what remained on the spot is just now residuals of. He runs to Midoriya. Boyo, that was impressive, holy s dash. Thanks. And did you see a boy with weird bangs and black hair? Black hair and bangs, the one in 1B? Yes, was he here? Yeah. He was right oh never mind, he's gone. The kid looks at the spot where Sugiru's residual lies. So he was here? Aizawa whistles as the sound of the monitor rings out. It caught the class's attention. In that moment, they all had the same question in their head. How far did this guy through it? Impressive. Aizawa whistles, showing them the monitor. 1,209 meters. No way. There goes his normal hero school life. What? That's so overpowered. Over a kilometer? And that explosion, it was so much more powerful than Bakugo's and Midoriya's. My ears. The one with weirdly cut hair and some type of plug at the earlobe says, covering her own ears. Hey, Gojo right? Uraraka asks, her face showing a bright smile. That was super impressive. What was that blinding red light? Can you tell me how your quirk works? And how dash? Uraraka. It is not nice to barrage someone with a lot of questions in a short amount of time. Ida strongly states his opinion, chopping his hands. Gojo chuckles, bringing his hand up to stop them. 'Tis fine. I can answer them, and thanks, Uraraka. Yeah. Before you answer, what's with your right hand? Midoriya points out, and he looks down. It's cracked again. Doesn't that hurt? Again. Gojo, please be more considerate of your physical state. Uraraka worriedly scolds him. Health should be your utmost priority, Gojo. Shouldn't you be saying that to Midoriya as well? The kid literally has a broken finger? Oh, he forgot about the drawbacks. His fingers are bleeding, but the cracks stopped as soon as it reached his palm. Should he just heal the wound? It's even more odd and grim in person. When's that gonna stop bleeding? Aizawa appears out of nowhere, examining his wound. Midoriya can wait if he wants to hear the results, But the tall man hands him what seems to be a doctor's note. That's not going to stop, go to recovery girl. Gojo reaches out for the note but Aizawa yanks it back. Ah no, not with your bleeding hand. Oh right. Aizawa's right, handing someone a bloody note would be kind of grim. Chat later, see ya? The trio waves back at him. Gojo runs to the infirmary, eyes lingering the spot Suguru stood for one beat. The whole thing is driving him mad. Aizawa, you big fat liar. The obnoxious man, All Might, accuses him. So you were watching? He sighs. A fan of wasting precious time? Hi, you're fun. You expelled 151 students, but then let this class get off scot-free. He states. Either you have changed, which I doubt, or do you also see potential in that Midoriya boy? Also? Also? So you will be supporting him? That is unlike of you, but whatever. He sighs. They're the oddest I've seen, one who has a good understanding of his own powers yet barely uses it, one who has no understanding of his own powers, yet uses it like crazy. That is true, and don't get me started on their personality, especially that one with white hair. You should have seen Dash. You talk as if you know them personally, All Might. As if being caught red-handed, All Might freezes up, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Not at all. This is but a simple conclusion made from observation. Observation from this training, right? Fun chat. Fun chat. And they walked their own way after exchanging a few more words. Today's event gave him a few things to think about. Gojo Satoru, a notable oddity amongst the student. Aizawa looks down at his black sleeve. There is no speck of dust or dirt to be found. Which is obviously odd. The explosion was incredibly impressive in itself, sending the ball over 1 kilometer in length and the ball itself somehow not exploding point blank. But what became more impressive was how clean everyone was after having dust blown at them. With a violent explosion like that, the surrounding buildings should have been damaged from the shockwave. Yet they looked the same as they always did, not a crack in sight. He is familiar with explosions, he knows how they behave. Shockwaves don't take days off. The students were busy shielding themselves, so no one saw it but him. It was in a split second. As soon as he threw it, Gojo brought his other hand up. In that very moment, Aizawa could feel something pleasant and a bit cooling surrounds him, but it also makes him feel a bit floaty and disconnected from the environment. During that time, that he noticed how none of the dirt hits or makes contact with him. It was only until everything calms down and when the kid's hand drops did he feel the sensation wear off. The undamaged surroundings, the clean clothing. They were no doubt his doing. In the kid's application form, he stated that his quirk was limitless, with a brief and unserious description of something like, shoots out cool red ball that explodes. It had no mention of being able to reinforce some kind of barrier. Is the kid lying on his application form? Well, it can't be lying if it didn't mention more information. Aizawa wouldn't be surprised. Gojo put little to no effort in the events despite what he had done back in the entrance exam. Is he perhaps trying to blend in with the other students? Then why display such powers from the beginning? It shouldn't matter too much on why the kid won't flaunt his powers like the others. As long as he uses it for the greater good, Aizawa won't butt in. Seems like I'm in for a ride. He laughs by himself. Making me shape up someone like that into being a hero. I want a raise. Also, what was with that boy with weird bangs? Gojo looks at his neatly bandaged hand. From the bed, he asks recovery girl. You know, I'm all healed, but what's with the sudden weariness? This is purely to satisfy his curiosity. Reverse Cursed got rid of his tiredness, but it is painfully not up to speed about keeping his brain refreshed, so he didn't feel like going back to study. Anything to not go back to class right now. Fufu, my quirk boosts your healing factor. She looks at him. But recovery requires stamina. Keep getting hurt like this, you'll eventually run out of stamina and I believe you know what happens next. Meeting sweet death. But this is really unnecessary, you know? What is? Healing me. Do you think I suffer some kind of drawbacks like you? Worry not, child. A fond chuckled, however, you sound like you don't need or want to be healed at all. Perhaps you have a healing quirk yourself? Nope. He lies naturally. I have something even cooler. Which is? Convalescence? Gojo proudly states. That's just a cool word for the process of healing. DMN. Your hand should be patched up enough for you to head back to class. Shouldn't you get going? That depends. How long until class is over? Approximately 3 more hours, she says after checking her watch. Oh my god, then, I am still tired and require exactly 1 hour of sleep. Please wake me up then. Fufufu, you're a strange one, aren't you? She checks her watch. Best I can do is 25 minutes. They'll get suspicious. No way. She's actually indulging him on this. 55? No, he must bargain for this. 25 is not enough. 30. 50, demand it. So this is the power of old ladies who haggled in the markets. She's got years of experience. He's clearly at a disadvantage here. 35. Come on. I'll do your groceries or whatever in exchange. Good eye here. He points to his bright blue 6 eyes. Can pick out the best veggies? No. On second's thought, sure. Then it's a deal. He extends a hand. Yes. She shakes it gently. Sweet. Thank you. Gojo gets under the covers and shuts his eye. Midoriya walks into the infirmary, whispering a little, sorry for disturbing, as he opens the door. Hello there, young man. Hello. He turns to the left, noticing a figure with white hair sound asleep in the bed, glasses set aside next to his head and the pillow stuffed on his face, only leaving out the nose for him to breathe. Gosh, who sleeps like that? Is he seriously Dash? Yes, dear, keep your voice down. He bargained for those 45 minutes. He bargained? That's, on second thoughts, that's not too out of character. Midoriya sighs. May I ask why you indulged him? Looking at the sleeping Gojo, she chuckles. He's the first to ever act like this, Fufu. This granny thought it'll be a nice breath of fresh air to do things differently this time. What are they going to do, fire me? There it is. The Gojo effect. Without a fail, he always makes people around him act differently. I see, and about my finger. Oh, not the whole body this time? She chuckles, making him feel a little embarrassed. Sit here, I'll patch you right up. Boy. MD. Your 45 minutes is up. Ah shucks. Gojo yawns and gets out of the bed, feeling much better than 45 minutes ago. I'll meet you again. Gonna go now? I'd rather treat you than let you sleep here. Unlikely of me to get injuries. Just call me whenever you have written out that groceries list. He grins. Oh, one more thing. Can I have more of those candies? The Baribo ones. Haribo. And yes, they should be right here. The rest of class time was uneventful. It bored him to death with things he'd already known the first 10 minutes, so he decided to sleep it away after finishing the candies. After what felt like an eternity, the school bell rung out, signaling the end of today. Feeling his energy returning, Gojo straightens up from his seat and stretches his back. A yawn escapes his mouth. He starts packing up his things, throwing in blank notebooks. Should I have some taiyaki on the way home? On second thoughts, he probably should be a responsible adult and start managing his money better. Going home with an empty stomach, a stomach with no sweets? It is, then. But wait, isn't he forgetting something? We need to talk after school, garden. I'll be waiting. See, his talk with Suguru. In a swift motion, he swings the bag over his shoulders and makes a run for the door. You're in a hurry, what's up? Midoriya asks, making him halt in his steps. I have to meet someone, and it won't be short. You can go home first. All right then, be safe. You too. Ending his sentence, he runs out of the classroom. Yanking off his glasses and tucking them away somewhere, Gojo blinks a few times to get used to the sudden emergence of energy. There are thousands that he is feeling, each fighting its way into his brain. But his mind only have one space left for him. He runs, hallway, hallway, stairs, stairs, stairs. Bumping into a few people and mumbling some apologies, he kept running. As the distance gets shorter and Suguru's energy becomes clearer, his heart pounds much faster, trying to break its way out of his ribcage. Hallway, door, school ground, right turn, garden. A few more turns, and the familiar figure comes into his view once again. Suguru is standing in the school's garden, looking at some flowers. Suguru. The words escapes his mouth between each gasp for air. Suguru jolts from his call, turning back, eyes darting around to look for him. As soon as their eye met, Suguru smiles brightly. Satoru. He starts running towards Gojo as well. When the distance between could be shortened by a few more steps, he opens his arms, wanting to give a hug. Satoru also smiles, arms up. At a breath away, he slams his foot down in front of Suguru, clenches his fist, twists his body, and punches Suguru. The man fell to the ground and lays flatly on it, shock present on his face. After a moment, he props himself up with one arm, the other rests on his soon-to-be swollen red cheeks. Gojo is silent, staring at Suguru with a slightly angry expression. He can feel a bit of anger seeping through. After all that's happened, how can he not be upset? His thoughts are conflicting. He's angry at Suguru. Suguru had turned his back away from their relationship, yet he is still glad, or worse, happy to see Suguru. He's always wondered what went wrong between the two of them, and how could they start over again. He'd always hoped that it was possible, that perhaps in a new world where no one knows, maybe they could start over. Gojo is good at maintaining a calm composure at times, but this is too much. He expects Suguru to get up and fight back, to get mad and they start cursing out each other, but Suguru only looks up at him from the ground, hands still on the now swollen cheek. Happy to see you too. Wait a minute, his emotions got the better of him. What if this Suguru was this world's Suguru, and not, the Jujutsu Suguru? Wouldn't it be kinda awkward? Can he handle that? Are you even the Suguru I know? Your 6 eyes, cursed techniques, curses, blah blah, ring a bell? Suguru's hand is still on his face. If you don't recognize that, then dash. Yeah, you're definitely you. He confirms. Why the hug? Looking up at Satoru from the ground, he gives a dumbfounded expression. It's been a while since I last saw you. The only meeting we had after 10 years happened while I was recruiting Okatsu. Thought a hug would be nice, but don't act that friendly. Plus, you literally died in my arms? Aren't you forgetting something? Act troublesome, forget it. We have a lot to talk about, Suguru. I'm aware. He can't hug the other back, they need to talk things out. What Suguru had done can't simply be ignored just because they are in a new world. Let's walk, he says, wanting to ignore the troubles if they fought on school grounds. Seriously? A taiyaki stall? Suguru asks, looking at the small cart with the letters Tai. A white koi fish swimming in the middle, hidden in obscurity, a simple cart and traditional equipments, the golden light, and of course, an old man obviously masterful at his craft. You're obviously not as well versed as I am in this front. This out-of-nowhere cart sells the best taiyakis you'll ever eat, he says. Bus. 2 taiyakis with red bean paste. Coming up. He turns to Suguru. I hope you brought enough money. Why you're making me pay for you? Of course. He turns to the stall owner, watching him make the fishes. I don't have money. You don't have money, and yet you asked for 2? That sounds so wrong. What happened to the boundless wealth that you can't seem to not flex about? Did Suguru assume that he will be eating 2 by himself? Fine, so be it then. None for you. The owner pours the batter in. I guess they didn't die and transmigrate here. He huffs. How should we even start? He mumbles, not knowing how to start the talk. Should he talk about the time Suguru went mad and mass murdered people, then shows up years later to declare war? Wait, no, scratch that. To criticize others for things that you yourself did, it would be kind of hypocritical. Even when they have been morphed into something unrecognizable, even if he deemed it to be a necessary sacrifice, even if it is for the greater good, it is still, unfortunately, murder. Or should he ask about how Suguru got here and is in the school without being detected by him? But wait, how much does this guy even remember? Last time he checked, his body was taken over by a certain a-hole and that forgetfulness earlier didn't help. Suguru. The owner puts in the red bean paste, filling the rest with batter. He hums back, watching the fishes being made. How much do you remember? A flip and turn. The fish is now upside down to cook the other side. Everything up until, a hand to his chin, contemplating the past. Being blasted by Okatsu? I can't recall anything after that, have always assumed I was pulverized. No wonder. Suguru forgot, that's a disappointment. He freezes up. Because he doesn't remember what happened either. Why is he only realizing this now? Alleyway body. No matter how hard he tried to rack his brain, squeeze the memory out, Gojo only remembers sitting down on the ground, holding Sugiru's lifeless body in his arms with tears silently streaming down his face. How did they get there? Shouldn't there be, or shouldn't he remember some kind of last talk? Final words? Sugiru's final moments should have been burned into his memories. That is not something anyone can forget so easily, yet. Why did he only remember holding Sugiru's body and crying? Did jumping universes affect his memories? Or is it a kind of psychological response? No, that can't be. What happened before that? Satoru? He jolts at a warm hand on his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Right? Choose one. We talk about your past, or how we are here first. Right now. The latter if you may. Suguru stares at the fish. How did you get here? Died sealing Sukuna. Gojo puts his hand in his coat's pocket. Woke up in a bathroom all bloodied. The owner puts the fishes in a white paper bag and hands it to him. The heat spreads and warm his hand. Suguru takes out his wallet and pays for it. They start walking down the busy streets of Mizudafu. Not his preferred route for the talk, but he needs some distractions to take his mind off of the emotions. Why were you all bloody? He asks, concern evident in the tone, a tug at his chest. He undoes the collar with one arm, revealing the huge scar stretching across his neck. Previous owner of this body decided to end it in a bathtub. Rest in peace to that guy, by the way. I had to clean up the mess. It was quite gruesome. He bites the first fish. Somehow possessed this body and now we're here. Were you in pain? Not worth the mention level of pain. It has all but passed. He touches the scarred area. Hey, don't start acting like you care, Suguru. Say your side of the story. Don't say that. A sigh, his brows are furrowed, seeming annoyed by his words. I've always cared about you, and that is still true even when we're here. Something tugs at his chest, an unknown emotion unveils itself. This is something the other regularly said back in their school days. Wherever it may be, when it may happen, innocent words uttered in moments of pure friendship, it'd shake him whole. But he doesn't know why. And about me, Suguru looks up at the sky, staring into the darkness littered with a few dying starlight, trying to recall. A gasp for air. What the F dash? One in and out, repeat. Rinse, repeat. How the hell is he breathing? What the F just happened? Come on, recall it, Suguru. Bits and pieces of memories comes back to him, the battle with Yuta, the kid copying Inamaki's technique, fight, still fighting, using a curse on Satoru, and pure love? It's all coming back now. He got blasted by Rika and presumably died right then and there. Suguru cracks open his heavy eyelids, taking in the bright blue sky and the not very Jujutsu high-like buildings, so Rika didn't send him here. Wherever he is, it is definitely not home. Sugiru's body shoots up, looking around in confusion. His pained eyes taking in the scene of rubble and ruin. Something trickles down from his forehead then to his chin, falling down on the concrete floor below. Blood. He touches his forehead, unsurprisingly, a crimson-stained hand greets his blurred vision. He isn't wearing his usual monk clothes either, just what the hell is? As if the world is keen on not letting him have a moment to breathe and recompose, a big green robot starts appearing and casts a shadow, smashing the wall apart and swings its arm against his sides. He narrowly dodges the swing, a hand out to summon his curses and smashes the robot apart. Yep, where is he? Suguru kept on destroying the hurdles of green robots that was to come until the time ran out, confused the whole time. That's basically what happened. Whoa, we all arrived bloody. Did that guy really die in the exam? Don't speak ill about the dead, who knows if they're listening. Gojo says. So you were here way after me, that explains how I was never able to detect you? How so? I'd recognize your energy anywhere. It was only detectable after your soul had migrated into the body. If it was the original owner in that classroom, I would have never known even if the guy has the same face. Another bite. He reaches the sweet beans part now, yet its flavors are quite dull. What about your thoughts? You know, that whole thing with monkeys, creating a world without non-shamans? I don't call them monkeys anymore, because this place is tread by shamans, or quirk users. Quirkless people in this case are like shamans. It suddenly feels wrong to hate them now. Curses don't even spawn like maggots here, so there is no more need to create such a world. My beliefs changed. When did it start going downhill? After Riko died. Were you there when Riko died? Suguru raised a brow at his sudden question, which drags up the unpleasant memories. Yes, I was. It all makes sense now why Suguru had changed so much. Her death must have altered the course of his life. Did it affect you? Very much. How much? That makes you rethink everything you've ever believed in type? Why didn't you tell me? Didn't want to be a burden, not to anyone, especially to you. You were never mine nor anyone's burden. You dashed. Satoru wasn't there for him, he realized. After Riko's death, he became more obsessed with improving his strength, gradually interacting less and less with Suguru. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months, so he never noticed. He thought that if he was just a little bit stronger, he'd be able to protect those he deems precious, unknowing how it was the same thing that pushed the person he considered most precious away. There was a correlation. As he got stronger, more curses spawned. Suguru had to repeat the cycle of swallowing those foul-tasting curses, didn't he? No. I'm sorry. It took me so long to notice. The conclusion was there all along, yet it took him years to figure out why everything had gone to shit. Suguru was, for God's sake, his one and only best friend. He should have noticed Suguru getting worse. If he had intervened, then this wouldn't have happened. Suguru wouldn't have died. Satoru, you don't have anything to apologize for. Suguru palms his own face, covering those small black orbs and pushing aside his bangs. Hey, Satoru. Satoru glances at him. They stop at midst of the busy crowd, making the people navigate their way around them like water to a rock. Isn't he so similar to the rock? Despite the flow of time, he'd never been able to move on. I screwed things up really bad. His eyes not leaving Satoru's. I murdered hundreds of people, I waged war and took innocent lives. My mindset, my ideologies were messed up. There were many ways to change the circumstances then, but I willingly walked down one of the worst ways possible. One hand up, rubbing his brows, clenching up his fist in the other. Worst of all, and the thing I regretted the most, is hurting you and wounding our relationship, thinking that it was for the sake of both of us. A deep breath. I left you behind, so. Suguru is looking down at the ground, eyes filled with shame, not daring to meet his own blue. Satoru doesn't know what to say to this. I don't know how to ask for your forgiveness. I don't deserve it one bit. If you, he squeezes the fish slightly. If you had regretted it so much, then why? He was cut short by a sharp pain in his head, letting out a small cry, and a hand flies up to cover the side. Satoru? Suguru asks, worried at the distressed boy, moving closer to see what's wrong. Confusion clouds his face for a moment before he realizes, from afar, there is a parade with hundreds of people moving in their direction. Crowds. But not just any crowds. Unlike normal humans, this crowd is filled with people who possess some type of energy, or quirks, to his knowledge. Satoru's brain is without a doubt being overloaded with information. Where's that round sunglass? Satoru has been walking from the school to here without any kind of eye coverage. He isn't sure about what to do. All he could think of right now is step. Satoru feels himself being enveloped by strong and firm arms, warmth spreading across his body. What do you think you're doing? His voice came out a bit muffled. Suguru, for some reason, had hugged him. One hand placed on the back of his head and the other wrapped around his back. I don't know. Suguru sounds shocked at his own actions. Saw the crowd, wanted to cover your eyes, and I can still see your energy. I know. Gojo is aware that his brain is being overloaded with information. There is a DMED parade going on for some reason. He could just move, walk, run, warp to a place with no people. He should just push Suguru away, but Satoru instead finds himself frozen still in Suguru's hold. He couldn't find it in himself to push Suguru away. They're having a serious conversation here, it. But he just can't for the life of him push the other away. He feels heat creeping up his neck, for some reason. Push him away. The brain commands the body. His hand slowly moves up from the sides, placing it at Sugiru's ribcage, about to push the other away. Sorry about this. Noticing the touch, Sugiru's hold loosens. I'll let go, let's just move somewhere else. But when has it ever obeyed? Satoru's arms hurriedly wraps around the other. His fingers tugs lightly on Sugiru's shirt as he returns the hug, burying his head into that warmth. And the other party pulls him closer at the touch. You're a horrible person. I know. You threw away. He chokes up the words, the feeling of pain and betrayal he felt all came rushing back. What we had. His shoulder trembled slightly. I know, and I'm sorry. He hugs Satoru even tighter now, a hand stroking his hair. The crowd of people slowly passes by, a few giving them a look before moving on with their life. I was deeply hurt. It took so damn long to get adjusted again in the months after you left. A choke. Can Suguru feel his anger? He would turn his head to talk to someone who wasn't there. He would knock on the door of an empty dorm room, hoping Suguru would answer him. He, for God's sake, kept buying 2 portions when he is the only one there. Being in the school wasn't great either. He hated the vending machines where Suguru had bought the 2 of them drinks, the benches where they would sit on to complain about the heat and intense training. For FS sake, he stopped visiting their classroom, afraid of the memories. I'm sorry. Suguru tilts his head, leaning on Satoru's. I'm in the wrong, it's all my fault. No. It's not just you. If I had simply spared a second and paid more attention then, none of this would have happened. No, it was my fault for letting it get to me, for bottling it up until I couldn't handle it anymore. I should have told you everything. He pats Satoru's head. Please don't blame yourself. I hate you. This time, there was no I know nor I'm sorry. It was just silence along with Sugiru's body tensing up imperceptibly. The parade finally passed by. After what felt like an eternity, they finally broke apart. But he never wanted to let go, unaware of how much he longed for that warmth. He looks at Suguru, vision a bit blurred. Sugiru's hand slowly moves up, wiping at his wet cheeks. Was I crying? To be seen all snotty and teary is one of his worst nightmares. He's always kept up a strong wall, never letting any real emotions get through so that the others would never worry, but it has always, and will always crumble before the other man. The boundaries he'd set becomes blurry when it comes to Suguru. Satoru furiously wipes away with his sleeves, scratching himself a bit in the process. Firm hand hurriedly wraps around his wrist. Let me go dash. You can curse me out? He holds Satoru's hand in his own. Call me whatever names you can think of, do whatever you like. If my existence is a painful reminder to you, I'll gladly change my name and move out of town, disappearing from your life permanently. But Satoru, please. Just don't say you hate me. Dull black meets sky blue. I know this is too much for someone like me to ask for, and this second life is an undeserved chance that I have been blessed with, but I'd rather die 1,000,000 times over than to live whilst knowing you hate me. A piece of his heart, laid bare before Satoru. You're stupid. I know. Unbelievably annoying and gosh. You irritate me so much. None of this would have happened if you're stubborn but had just talked. Why did you have to do that? We could have been great teachers together. We could have been so much more. I should be much angrier. I shouldn't even be returning that hug. And yet, Satoru swallows, trying not to choke on his own words. Despite all that had happened, even though you did all of that shit, I couldn't find an ounce of resentment in me for you. Tears trickle down his cheek again. How stupid I know I should be, but I couldn't. After killing you, it was impossible for me to get rid of your body. Back then I could have just located you and then end your life. It wouldn't have resulted in whatever that happened after if I hadn't. If I hadn't you this deeply. The unknown intense feelings, ones he's somehow forgotten, ones that were buried so deep, down beneath the abyss of his heart resurfaces. Gojo shuts his mouth, stopping whatever his soul was about to spill out. The truth is, he had never hated Suguru even once during their time together and apart. Suguru only listens to his rambling, but never stopped wiping the tears away with gentle hands. Satoru, what? He says between each hiccups. I was really happy meeting you again in this world. But, a pause, before he continued. This all started because of me, so I should be the one to resolve the issue. Our meeting has brought you nothing but painful memories, and our history isn't one that can be forgotten so easily. He squeezes his eyes shut, as if desperately not wanting to say whatever's next. That's why we should stop meeting. Each and every word uttered was filled with profound bitterness. Widened blue eyes stares back. You don't have to worry about sensing my energy and residuals, all that stuff. I'll move out. His hand, which is still holding Satoru's, shakes ever so slightly. Somewhere far away. He lets go, cold air starts eating away the warmth. I guess this is it to us. He puts on a smile. There's so much more that I want us to do together, but... His hand hovers over Satoru's eyes, covering his vision. What is this guy about to do? Sugiru's energy got closer and rests on the back of the hand. Pulling away, Suguru gives him a smile, yet everything about it seemed so profoundly sad. Live well, so... Turning on his heel, he walks away, disappearing into the crowd.